Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from Quick Phil's truck stop, discussing the 2010 science fiction horror film, The Crazies. This film was directed by Breck Eisner from a screenplay by Scott Kozar and Ray Wright, based upon the film of the same name by George A. Romero. A reimagining more than an outright remake, The Crazies streamlines Romero's 1973 cult classic, dialing back on its scope and commentary, but building on its bones to craft a tense and thrilling experience worthy of what came before. With a simple story, top-notch cast, sublimely suspenseful sequences, and impressive makeup and special effects, The Crazies would defy its mixed critical reception to become a box office success, and 15 years later, it still remains a favorite among horror fans. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Megan McCullum, Chuck Darling, Jasmine, Karima Rhodes, Beth Bauer, Victoria Marshall, Sophie Hodson, Mike H., Martin Shaw, and Noah A. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, The Crazies. What were your first impressions on the film?
I don't think I had ever heard of this before, even the original. When we started doing the show a little more and more, we would hear it, you know what I mean, hear about it here and there, but I'm very unfamiliar with this or the original. So this was a first-time watch for me, and I really like Timothy Olyphant. Mm-hmm. He's really good, and I enjoy. I mean, everybody does a good job in the movie, but yeah, I was pretty surprised. I had never seen this. This isn't bad. This is a pretty decent movie. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it does. You know, it's part of it. You know, it's there.
Part of the wheel.
It is
yeah,
a wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that we were talking earlier, Timothy Olyphant's presence does elevate it a bit. I think that if he wasn't in it, maybe I wouldn't get as much enjoyment out of it, but I really do enjoy him. I think the movie is fun. I think that the effects and the makeup look really cool. I think the performances are good. The story is good. it is just a good movie. Like you said, John Paul, it didn't like rock me to my core, but I did enjoy it. I would watch it again. It's fine. It's a good movie. And I don't know what I was expecting. I feel like I've seen this before, maybe when it came out, but I had no recollection of it. There are aspects that I would have liked them to lean a little bit more into, and I'm sure that we'll talk about that throughout. But no, it's fun. It's a good movie.
Yeah, you know what I thought, honestly, before when I started, and I don't know why, and I know that this isn't even the image for it, but the guy on the Hills Have Eyes, the old one, that's what, for whatever reason, I was thinking of this. And I was like, I don't know why. I know that's not what this is.
Well, I mean, this is coming from a time where it's like a craze of remakes.
True.
Okay.
No pun intended on craze.
Yeah.
But there were a lot at this time.
Right.
And so maybe they do, wires get a little crossed.
Right.
We're trying to make a lot of wheels or whatever. But I remember watching this when it came out. I think I saw it in theaters with my parents, actually.
Okay.
And I remember really liking it. I think that I had watched the original when I was too young to appreciate it.
All right.
Because it's a lot more steeped in social commentary. It's a lot deeper. It's George Romero.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Always injecting something important to say in it.
Yeah.
But I find, returning to it as an adult, I think that it's perfectly serviceable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there are some really cool moments of suspense. There's one sequence that I really like a lot, and then one sequence that is a little funny, but I love it. So I'm a little, there's a lot here to enjoy.
Yeah, I will say, I bet watching this in the theater was really cool.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was because there were these moments of tension, and especially I was like, 19?
Mm-hmm.
It was like the prime time for a film like this.
Right.
Where there's nothing like, at least I don't think that this film has a lot to say. I know a lot of people online think differently, including the director, who we'll get into in a little bit.
Oh.
But I feel like they kind of shed that social commentary to just make a fun film.
Right.
It's a thrilling experience. You're following this group of people going through what they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's kind of where it begins and ends.
Yeah.
But I can't possibly agree more that Timothy Olyphant anchors this film.
Oh, yeah.
He's like the secret weapon. I know, well, it's not very secret. He is the star of the
Yeah.
film.
Yeah. They knew.
Yes. But I think that there is something about him that is so magnetic as a performer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he is an incredibly underrated actor, and it does bum me out that he is not in more things in a very prominent way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's nothing groundbreaking, but it is digestible and a very decent amount of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there are some aspects of it that after 2020 feel a little...
Yeah. It's a little closer to home.
Yeah. And so I think that is interesting, though, because a premise that was sparked in 1973, reinvigorated in 2010, can still have relevance in 2020s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a good thing it's got going for it. But I really do think that it was made with reverence for the original, but I think it was done in such a way that it was attempting to capture audiences of this time.
Okay.
And I think the idea behind it, the story as a whole, is really frightening to consider.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the more that you kind of put yourself in the place of these characters, you wonder what would happen.
Mm-hmm.
What would the response to something like this be? And it just kind of gets under your skin in a very interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But before we dive into this film, I do want to talk a little bit about the production behind it.
Okay.
The sources that I found for this section and throughout the rest of this episode are a behind-the-scenes featurette on the Blu-ray, the director's commentary with Breck Eisner, 3 articles from Variety, an article in Collider, and one from Dread Central. So, though this film came out in 2010, the first rumblings of this project date all the way back to 2004, when Scott Kozar was commissioned to write a screenplay for the producers at Penn Station, which was an offshoot of Paramount Pictures.
Okay.
Kozar wanted to create something reverent to the original, while also not falling into the trap of being derivative of it. He also discussed his desire not to turn it into a standard story fitting into the zombie subgenre because he wanted something, he said, more realistic and psychological. And I will say, I know that a lot of critics and commenters online seem to want to fit this film into the zombie subgenre. I don't think that it belongs there. The director also said that it doesn't belong there.
Yeah, no, I don't see them as zombies. But I guess maybe this being originally a Romero film,
Connotations.
maybe they're just like, oh, Romero equals
Okay.
zombies. But I don't see them as zombies at all.
Yeah, I didn't take them as zombies. I mean, just watching it, I don't ever think that I thought that once.
No, they had a virus.
Yeah.
That's more.
I would have taken more rabies or something. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Something like
yeah.
that.
And to that point, something else very interesting in Dread Central, he spoke about studios wanting their version of 28 Days Later after the success of it.
Okay.
And though he was a big fan of the film, this was another thing that he really wanted to stay away from in the screenwriting process.
Okay.
And I feel like if you watch it, there are bits of overlap.
There are. If you could equate it to anything, I would say that over
Zombies.
a regular,
Yeah.
yeah.
But something else about Kozar, and that might be why his name sounds a little familiar,
Yes.
is he already had experience in writing screenplays for remakes, having previously written the remakes for the Amityville Horror and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay.
There it is. Ever since you said it in your intro, I was like, where the fuck do I know that name?
But very interestingly as well, he also wrote The Machinist.
Huh.
And the first director attached to helm this project was actually Brad Anderson, who directed The Machinist.
Oh, wow.
Dude, I love The Machinist.
It's a lot.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Anderson also directed Session 9, just a sidebar.
Oh.
Hey.
But unfortunately, things did not work out creatively, and the director and the studio eventually moved on from each other. But after this, in 2008, producers Dean Gorgaris and Michael Aguilar brought Kozar's script to Breck Eisner to see if he had any interest in the project. And while The Crazies wasn't his favorite film of George A. Romero's, he thought that the social commentary in it, which was basically Romero's reaction to the Vietnam War, was just as pertinent, important, and relevant in the present day, especially in regard to the escalation of international conflicts like the war in Iraq, as well as this fear of terrorism, biological attacks, distrust in the governmental institutions, and the handling of disasters and crises, leaving a lot to be desired for the American public.
Okay. I
Yeah.
can see shades of that.
I see some of that in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I don't think that the commentary is as readily apparent as in the original.
Right.
Yeah.
Because this does feel kind of just like, this shit is crazy. It's happening to these people. Go on the ride with them.
Yeah, this feels like an isolated thing.
It does. And I it's knowing that that's what he meant. It's like, okay, I see it now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But just watching the film, no, it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't fully lean into that, and that's one of the things where I was like, oh, I thought that we were gonna do a little bit more of that, and they're just like, no, we gotta keep moving.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, like
All
okay,
right.
that's fine.
And one of the producers had said in a behind-the-scenes featurette that their intention was to kind of pull back on the social commentary and lean more into the entertainment value, which I think is, I mean, when you look at reasons for remakes to exist, if you're just going to do a carbon copy, why do it at all?
Yeah.
But at the same time, that was one of the more appreciated aspects of the original. And so to kind of draw back on it, I can see why a lot of people who really love the original may not like this as much.
Okay.
Right.
But something else that really attracted him to the project was the fact that the producers bought the rights directly from Romero. And he was signed on as an executive producer. And so this set his mind at ease regarding the intent and the care for the material.
Okay.
I will say, though, just as a sidebar, I did read a quote from George A. Romero in Dread Central in 2009. I don't think the memo got to Breck Eisner. But he said, and I quote, "I just actually read the script for the first time this weekend while I was here. I was never involved with anything in creating the remake, and I have no involvement with the new version of The Crazies at all. I know they have me listed as one of the executive producers on the project, and honestly, I'm not sure why." So I mean, there's that.
What?
God.
Jeez, dude.
But all that aside, Eisner also really appreciated Kozar's screenplay, which he said that he loved the first time that he read it and just really got excited about making it. But one thing that Eisner sought to change from the screenplay was the scope of it, which attempted to emulate the perspectives that were reflected in the original, which was not only of the townsfolk, but of the military and the entirety of the government.
Yeah.
There's even a scene in the original where they fucking get a phone call from the president. Like, I just...
God damn.
Not here. Which I think helps in a way, because if we're on the ground with these people, we're experiencing what they're experiencing. We're kept in the dark just as much as they are.
Yeah.
It does make it more frightful because we don't have any idea of anything that's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is exactly why Eisner wanted to shrink this scope to focus instead on just the townfolk. Because he thought that it would help to tell a more human story from a singular point of view.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I think I like that better.
Yeah.
What's happening here.
And I think that it works especially for the film they're trying to make here.
Right.
But he pitched this idea to the producers thinking that they would immediately reject it because it changes the entirety of the screenplay, basically. But they loved it. And so they brought in another screenwriter, Ray Wright, to do a complete overhaul on the script. And after it was completed, this began, according to Eisner, the 3-year process of getting this film made.
Good
Oh,
Lord.
okay. I don't know why for a second I thought you were going to say Ray Reddy.
Me too.
Well, he was a writer, as we know.
There is stuff about water.
That's very important. So that is my wheelhouse. But the difficulty arose because initially the film was intended to be made at Paramount. But according to Eisner, the priorities at Paramount Pictures began to shift around this time.
Okay.
And they didn't want to put their efforts into making what they saw to be a small project like this. So instead, they allowed the producers to shop it around, and after negotiations, it eventually ended up at Rogue Pictures. Everything at this point seems to be pizza, and they even started to do pre-production and location scouting, but as soon as they did, Rogue Pictures was sold to Relativity Pictures, and so the Crazies is once again without a home.
Yeah.
But after a bit more time and a bit more negotiations, the project is finally picked up properly by Overture Films and financed.
Okay.
So after 45 days of production and with a $20 million budget, I don't know why Paramount thought that was small,
Yeah.
the Crazies would go on to make $54 million at the box office, with decent enough reviews from critics. Eisner also said that Romero even liked it, which was the only proof of that I was able to find.
Do you have another quote?
I hated it.
Can we get one from him?
Yeah.
So I don't know why they're saying that.
Now, before we quarantine this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's initiate containment protocol. So the film begins with the production vanity plates, their black background soon giving way to the darkness of the night sky before being overtaken by bright, roaring flames. Submersion.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It really has.
The camera dips down to reveal the skeleton of a structure consumed by fire, dust riding the foul wind feeding the conflagration. Alarms ring distantly as we survey the desolate streets of a small town, peering up from the booted tire of a parked car to behold burning buildings and cars belching black smoke. A banner hanging over the street boasts the town of Ogden Marsh, which we barely have enough time to read before it's burned free from its post by the blaze engulfing the area. We cut to black.
When we see that house, I was like, is this the end of Wrong Turn?
That was my favorite part of Wrong Turn.
Yeah. As it was mine.
But the peacefully plucked guitar of We'll Meet Again by Johnny Cash sounds over the blackness as we get on-screen text reading 2 days earlier.
I loved this transition with the Johnny Cash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a sucker for stuff like this where you see something very alarming or potentially bad or upsetting, and then it's like, oh, that's next week, we're gonna take it back, because it's like we know how this ends.
Yeah.
And it's really about the journey of getting there and seeing what this town was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
It is like, what the fuck are we doing here?
And 48 hours becomes a pretty important
True.
timeline.
Yeah.
I also, a lot of people have pointed out this film beginning with We'll Meet Again by Johnny Cash, and it's a cover.
Right.
But another very prominent George A. Romero remake,
Yep.
Dawn of the Dead, also began with a song by Johnny Cash.
Right.
There's some stuff over the end credits that reminded me of the 04 Dawn of the Dead as well. But I mean, of course, you're going to take inspiration from perfection. I get it,
All
you know?
right. Let's...
Yeah. No.
But when we return, we're treated to scenic shots as the sun rises over the town. A flowing river, distant trees, tractors tilling the fields of sprawling farmlands, and at the horizon, we follow a police car speeding down a long, empty road. Inside, we get a tight shot of the shoulder of the driver's uniform, which bears a patch reading, Pierce County Sheriff. His left hand rests on the steering wheel, and the sunlight glints off of his gold wedding band. The police cruiser makes it into town proper, which appears in much better condition than when we saw it last. The sidewalks populated with townsfolk, either side of the street lined with buildings and businesses, modest vehicles parked out front, and the bright white banner broadcasting the town's name hung proudly over the main drag. As the cruiser continues on, children ride by on bicycles, families roam worry-free, and a shopkeeper sweeps the outside sidewalk of a storefront as Johnny Cash croons his song. Small town America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it is interesting because the original, it was Evans City, Pennsylvania, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's Romero. But we kind of focus it, at least in this film, on a much smaller area. I don't know if they're trying to do like an Anytown, USA kind of a thing. I will say there were parts of this downtown area that did put me in the mind of San Angelo.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's what I had. I had spoke with your sister the other day after I watched it. I said, "Man, this seems like this is a little bigger than a 1,200 person town."
I would think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like everybody has like 100-acre farm.
Yeah. So they're spread out.
We're pretty spread out.
Okay, yeah,
We're
yeah.
pretty spread out.
I think it was Lenox, Iowa,
Okay.
that it was filmed. Very interestingly, the exteriors of the film, probably like 90%, were filmed in Lenox, Iowa. And then the interiors of the film were filmed in Georgia.
Huh.
And so there's a lot of times that I'll point out later that it's literally cutting between two different states as we...
That's cool.
Yeah.
But they had said that the search actually went on for a long time trying to find where to film this film. And they looked in different places in Canada, and on commentary, Eisner listed like 10 or 15 states that they did location scouting in, and they eventually settled on Iowa because it fit their aesthetics,
Yeah.
but also for the tax incentives.
That makes sense.
Financials.
Because they really like that Slipknot album too.
Right, of the same name.
Yeah.
But outside of their love for Slipknot, they thought that it just fit everything that they needed.
Yeah.
And you do get these really beautiful scenic shots of different areas in the town.
Yeah.
A lot of really cool visuals of these farmlands, sunsets in the sky. They had said that I guess they filmed in Iowa just after winter, and then they filmed in Georgia just before the summer. And so they were able to schedule everything to where neither extreme weather ruined anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say there is a scene later where you absolutely see everybody's breath, and I'm like, oh, this is... You're cutting it close.
Yeah.
But on the corner of East Temple Street sits the Family Medical Center, and we're taken inside to meet Becca, played by Danielle Panabaker, who passes a towering shelf of patient files to pick up her cell phone at the front desk, flipping it open and smiling at what she discovers there.
Danielle Panabaker. I did see that she has a credit in Friday the 13th from 2009.
Right.
She also had a credit for Sky High in 05. She was also in The Flash from 2014 to 2023. I've never watched the show, but I've heard it's good.
I've heard it's good too, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I recognized her. She has one of those faces that you're like, I know you.
Yeah.
She was in, I think, one episode of Mad Men.
That's right. She
Maybe
was.
But yeah, I was like, oh, it's Daisy.
Yeah.
I will say on one of the featurettes, they talked about the character of Becca playing a much smaller role in the script.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment that Danielle Panabaker auditioned and they saw what she brought to the table, they expanded her role dramatically.
Okay.
And so I don't know how much she was meant to be in the film originally, but she does get some time here.
Yeah.
But Becca makes a beeline for her boss's office, getting the attention of Dr. Judy Dutton, played by Rhoda Mitchell, who sits at her desk sorting through folders.
And Rhoda Mitchell, we talked about her in Silent Hill.
Mm-hmm.
We did. I am proud of her for escaping those foggy confines and really setting herself up here in this town.
It's, you know.
It's hard,
Yeah.
dude. She did a great job.
I think that she is good here. I don't think that she gets enough to do.
I
Fair.
agree.
I
yeah.
feel like she's really like sidelined and it's very scream heavy. But she's really good in what she does.
Yeah.
But Becca shrugs nonchalantly and unconvincingly that her aunt is in town and she's sick too. Judy is not buying it, and without even looking up from her work, she tells Becca that she's gonna need her to stay late tonight. As soon as Becca registers her disappointment, Judy adds that she should probably call her aunt Scotty and tell him that she can't make it to his baseball game today. It's like, God damn.
Yeah, she tried it. She tried it.
And again, you're the town doctor and you're like, my aunt's sick and you don't expect me to.
Yeah, bring her in.
Yeah.
She hates you.
She always tells me. But before Becca can fully launch into her denial that she and Scotty aren't seeing each other, Judy just smiles that it's the worst kept secret in town, which she says is saying a lot. But she relents, giving Becca the night off and urging her to go have some fun. Becca then gives her boss a jovial thank you before departing the clinic. But we cut to the police cruiser that we were following earlier, which now passes a pair of tall silos to park in the small lot just to the left of the high school and the baseball field. We pan over from rows of cars to find players manning the mound and the outfield, a proper game in full swing. But shortly after parking his cruiser, we find Sheriff David Dutton, played by Timothy Oliphant, leaning casually against the counter of a concession stand.
Timothy Oliphant, we talked about him in Scream 2.
Mm-hmm.
We did. I remember him from Dreamcatcher.
Yes.
Which I still really want to cover. I think that would be a wild,
There's a lot there.
wild episode.
I also remember him from that Harmony episode of Night Visions, if you recall.
He's done a lot.
Yeah. One thing that I did hear on the behind-the-scenes featurette is that Timothy Oliphant was the top and first choice for Breck Eisner for this role.
Okay.
And so whenever they sent him the script, they were overjoyed at the fact that he was interested in it.
Mm-hmm.
But if anybody has watched Timothy Oliphant's interviews with Conan O'Brien over the years, he's a fucking jokester and he is hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was his only reason for signing on, but they cut to an interview with him and he was like, I just saw the title, The Crazies, and I thought that's really cool. I was like, if that's all.
All right.
Cool. But David reaches for his wallet, noting that he doesn't care what the calendar says. Opening day is the first day of spring. The uncredited attendant pours a cup of coffee into a styrofoam cup, placing it on the counter. But before David can find the bills to purchase it, Ben Sanborn, played by Larry Cedar, approaches him, putting his hand over his wallet and kindly alerting him and the attendant that the sheriff never pays for coffee here. David smiles that that's really nice of him, but as he grabs his cup and takes a sip, he reminds Ben, but the principal still has to pay his parking tickets. As David walks away, Ben prompts the attendant to start David a tab.
You can't have thought that was equal.
No.
That is not tit for tat.
I thought it was a joke, but the attendant goes, yes, sir. I was like, oh, okay.
Larry Cedar, he is on Deadwood.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think Timothy Oliphant's on Deadwood.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
But Scotty McGregor, the pitcher at the mound and Becca's not-so-secret boyfriend, played by Justin Miles, winds up, firing the ball past the swing of an opposing player for a strike. David watches from behind the fences with Russell Clank, his deputy, played by Joe Anderson, who commends how fast the pitcher throws.
Joe Anderson. He did look familiar to me, and I do know where I seen him. He was in The Gray in 2011. He was also in Across the Universe in 2007.
Yes.
The Ruins in 2008, and Horns in 2013.
He's in The Ruins?
He's got a credit for it.
I want to watch that movie really badly. I really loved the book. I've never seen the movie. And I like him a lot. I loved him in Across the Universe.
Uh-huh.
I think he's really good in this.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to fucking watch The Ruins.
Just do it. It's highly requested.
It is highly
Yeah.
requested. I just need to do it because the book was great. And if you listen to the audiobook, it's Patrick Wilson
Really?
Oh,
reading it.
okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm pushing this one. It's nothing to do with why we're here today.
Is there a deal that you have?
promo code?
Share with the rest of the class. One thing I will say, I think after watching Across the Universe, we all fan casted Joe Anderson to play Kurt Cobain in a biopic.
Yeah.
And it tragically never happened.
Yeah.
He would have been great.
He would have been. I think that he's fantastic here, like you said. He was given, according to producers, kind of the most interesting character arc of everyone here. And I think that that's fair
Yeah.
because of what we see as it progresses.
Right.
And as something else progresses. 48 hours.
Yeah.
But I think that something else that I heard the director say was kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In the original, a lot of these character names are the same, even though their occupations are different and maybe some of their dynamics in a way.
Right.
But the side character to the main was named just flat out Clank. And so
Like Ratchet?
Yeah.
yeah, maybe that's where they got it. Big fans of the Crazies. But the director was like, we can't fucking have a character called Clank. And so they made him Russell Clank. And I'm like, why can't you?
Yeah. Why not?
Romero did. This is like, whatever. But that's why he got his name Russell.
Yeah.
And he's called Russ throughout. And it isn't really until the very, very end of the film that we learn that his surname is Clank.
Yeah.
But I think that Joe Anderson and Timothy Oliphant have really excellent chemistry together.
Oh, yeah.
And they do read as if they have worked together for a long time and have been friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, they did work together the year prior on a movie called, I think, High Life.
Mm-hmm.
And so they probably brought some of that camaraderie back from their previous project together.
It
Yeah.
works.
But after Russell comments about how fast Scotty throws, David retorts, just like he drives, before cheering Scotty's skills himself. I'm like, why are we being so passive?
Yeah.
And that's a trend that continues with David, which we'll get to later.
Yes.
But after sizing up the batter, Scotty hurls another ball right past him into the catcher's mitt for strike 2, earning the applause of the crowd. But Russell's demeanor shifts when he seems to notice someone off in the distance. A dingy, coveralled Rory Hamill, played by Mike Hickman, lurching toward the mound from the outfield. Russell alerts David, who immediately takes action, dropping his free cup of coffee to the dirt. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
But as David and Russell rush onto the field, we finally see in a wide shot that Rory is carrying a double-barreled shotgun. The crowd's applause slows to a stop, Becca rising from the bleachers with concern as David and Russell usher the baseball players off the field and into the dugout. As an ominous hum overtakes the score, David approaches Rory cautiously, his hands in a defensive posture as he calls out to him. He declares that there's a baseball game going on right now, puzzled that Rory is coming out here with a gun and asking him what the hell he's doing. Rory ceases his march, stopping for a moment to peer down at the shotgun in his hand, lifting it up to rest it across his other palm. As Rory holds it at his hip, David levels with him, assuming him to be drunk, and calmly proposing that he just put the gun down. Rory stands silently, dried blood trailing from a trickle at his nostril as he meets the eyes of the sheriff. David's tone grows a bit more stern as he asks Rory once more to just lay the gun down. He then orders him to do it. When Rory doesn't reply, David lets out his disappointment in a sharp exhale, but when he takes one step closer, Rory raises the shotgun, pointing its barrels right at the sheriff's stomach. David takes a step back, his hand instinctively reaching for the pistol at his hip holster as he wards Rory off. At the dugout, Russell raises his service weapon to point at Rory from a distance, and the crowd gathers nervously at the fences, their worried murmurs echoing across the emptied field. David attempts once more to appeal to Rory's senses, sternly suggesting for him to lay his gun down. But Rory merely tilts his head for a moment before raising his gun to point it directly at David's face. In a split second, David snaps his pistol free from its holster and fires one shot directly into Rory's chest. The crowd gasps as Rory collapses into the dirt, with David immediately rushing over to check on him, flanked by his faithful deputy. As the crowd chatters collectively in shock, we spy David and Russell from above, crouched over Rory's body. But our view is soon overtaken by the green-filtered lens of a surveillance camera in the sky. Cycling from a 107mm lens in our overhead view of the baseball field to a 40mm lens to spy the entirety of the town. We continue to cycle 35mm, 15mm, until we're surveying the surrounding area of the state of Iowa, a harsh orange rectangular reticle centering on the town, isolating it, with flickering green text offering a proper label. Ogden Marsh Township. Population, 1,260. We return to the ground, gazing upward at the bright blue sky, where two large aircrafts tear through the atmosphere, leaving twin trails of white vapor behind in their wake. We cut to black, and in small white text, we get the title, The Crazies.
I loved this little subdued title card.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that it was really cool, especially after what we've seen was so shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that cold open already, we know that some shit is coming. The movie's called The Crazies, whatever. But for it to start right out the gate so fast, I also feel like that crowd took that very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back on the field, boys.
Yeah. I was like, that was interesting. But I just had so many questions here because this is clearly this small town where everybody knows everybody. I feel like even David was just like, now Rory. Like, I'm like, is this in this character's behavior that he would show up like this?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we learn a little bit more about him, but
yeah.
I feel like that goes against what his story is.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just felt like maybe more shock from everyone, from the crowd at just witnessing this man being shot in the head, and also from David, who is trying to talk down this guy who just brought a shotgun onto a baseball field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was that. I was pretty shocked at that. Him going out there and having to do that was like, dude, like you said, immediately it's setting me up for what's happening after this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And whatever surveillance thing is happening, I've got nothing but bad feelings about it.
Yeah. It was bad enough. He's like, I just killed a man. Yeah. It's like, and we saw all of it.
Don't like that at all.
But that night, we find David's police cruiser parked outside of Finley Funeral Home. Inside, we get tight shots of paperwork on a clipboard where Jim Finley, the mortician played by Frank Hoyt Taylor, fills out a toe tag for Rory Hamill, promising David to have the blood alcohol results back for him in the morning. He passes the clipboard back to David, the pair standing over Rory's pale cadaver, which rests on a gurney at the center of the room. Jim hangs the tag on Rory's toe, adding that the full tox screening should take about a week. But as David just stares down at his clipboard, filling out a section of paperwork, Jim earnestly asks how he's holding up. David doesn't answer, and instead just hands the clipboard back to Jim, who sighs as he accepts it. But through the outside hall enters Russell, carrying 2 cups of coffee into the morgue. David turns his attention to his deputy, asking him if Rory's wife is here yet, and once he learns that she just walked in with their son, David departs to meet them in the reception room. He bypasses the town pastor, played by Tony Winters, who attempts to stop him, politely suggesting that perhaps now might not be the best time to talk to them. But David continues on, past several rows of seating and coffins on display, to meet Peggy and Kurt Hamill, Rory's wife and their son, played by Lisa K. Wyatt and Justin Wellborn, respectively.
Lisa K. Wyatt did have a credit in Donnie Darko.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
She looked familiar.
She did look
Yeah.
familiar.
I just couldn't place it.
Mm-hmm.
But Kurt seems to charge for David, only to be held back by his mother with a firm hand on his chest as she urges him to settle down. Tears welling in his eyes, he follows her order, stumbling back behind her. He stifles a cry when David greets him by name before directing his attention to Peggy. He meets her eyes, offering his sincerest apology and sharing that he liked Rory a lot. But emotion chokes Peggy's voice as she cries. What was he doing out there? David surmises that Rory had been drinking, that's all. But Peggy counters that Rory quit drinking 2 years ago, reminding David how proud Rory was of this fact. She whimpers. Is that what you're saying? That he was drunk? Is that what you're telling people? David insists that he isn't, but Peggy continues. Is that what you're saying? That you had to do it? Had to shoot the town drunk? She slaps David across the face, which he takes without comment or reaction, before Peggy gathers Kurt and storms out of the funeral home.
I don't feel like he said it that way. And
No.
wouldn't you know? That's the other thing, too. Why are you saying he was drunk if he's been sober for 2 years and you haven't had any incident?
And you know that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he was kind of like, you know how he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Which-
That's why I didn't really understand the interaction with him on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand even here because I'm like, I get the distrust, like you killed my husband because that
Yeah.
is what happened,
Mm-hmm.
and being like, oh, are you just saying that he was drunk, like to cover your own ass? But again, this small town, like, don't y'all know each other?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she's like, he was sober, you know, he was like, everybody knew. I just don't, her accusing him of this is like, I don't know. It feels more like a city where it's like, oh, you fucking cops are the same, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like, that's David. Like,
Yeah.
It's just odd.
He knew you by name.
Exactly.
And Rory, who he says that he liked a lot.
Yeah.
So it is very strange. And as well, a shit ton of witnesses
Yeah.
Yes.
who saw this happen, and he rock up on the field with a shotgun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's undeniable. Whether drinking was involved or not, he did do that.
Mm-hmm.
But we peer across the wheat fields surrounding the Duttons' home, the blue light of dawn pouring in through the windows and finding Judy in bed the next morning. She rolls over, reaching for her husband on the opposite side of the bed, but only clutches the soft cloth of his pillowcase instead. Judy steps out of bed, tossing on a sweater and descending the staircase as the camera lingers in the doorway of a room upstairs, the makings of a nursery. A comfortable glider chair with an ottoman resting at the far end of the room, and parked against the wall beneath the window is a newly built crib.
I like that we're being told a lot here without just purely through visuals.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there really isn't a lot of time spent on this aspect of it.
True.
Yeah.
There is one scene that we get later that is a little heartbreaking in one conversation, but outside of that, it's really not made to be what it's about,
Yeah.
Right.
which kind of surprised me.
I agree.
Yeah, but I feel like in this situation, we are worried about that, but also it's like we've just got to survive.
Right.
True.
But pensive guitar plods in the score as Judy reaches the front door, and through the screen, she sees David on the front porch, hard at work, planing a long plank of wood. A small smile creeps up the corner of her mouth as Judy joins David on the porch, standing behind him and reaching a reassuring hand to his back. David stops working, absorbing the gentle caress of his wife's hand as she tells him, "You did the right thing." David nods almost imperceptibly before suggesting that he needs a new blade for his plane. But Judy doesn't allow him to change the subject, and instead reaches for his shoulder, turning him to face her. She reaches softly for his face as she gazes into his eyes and repeats once more, "You did the right thing." David accepts this wordlessly, returning her affections as he caresses her hair before resting his palm on her pregnant belly, suggesting that she should still be sleeping before offering a kiss. I thought this was a sweet moment between them, and it does say a lot about David that this is weighing on him.
Oh, yeah.
And that he's up at like 4 a.m. trying to get his mind off of what happened.
Yeah. And I think that is important to see that he is wrestling with it. Like, clearly this is not a thing that he wanted to do.
Yeah.
This is not something that he's used to doing. Like, I think that it's a good catalyst, like a good starting point for where we're going and things that he's going to have to do as we go.
Right.
And something very interesting about this location, again, exteriors were a real farmhouse in Iowa. Interiors were in Georgia. But they had said on commentary that the house that they found belonged to this family in Iowa for generations. But at some point in the 1980s, the porch had collapsed. And so the condition for them being able to use this house and film here was that they would rebuild the porch for the family.
I love that.
And so the porch that we see in the film is the porch that they rebuilt. And he said it's not like a film porch that will last for like a month or two.
Yeah.
They brought in like real contractors and shit. That would be fucked up.
Yeah.
Break it down, boys.
Again. Yeah. Promise kept. Let's get out of here.
Build it and then drive off with it.
It's attached to like a rope. But later in the morning, David arrives to work at the Ogden Marsh Sheriff's Department. As soon as he enters the building, he finds Russell on the telephone behind the front desk, alerting the caller on the other end that he can't comment on that because it's an ongoing investigation. As David pours through the mail in the bin up front, Russell lies that the sheriff isn't in right now, and when he suggests that the person on the other end could talk to a deputy, the caller hangs up. This made me laugh because that's you.
Yeah.
But Russell snarks. Amateurs. Before taking a sip of his coffee, David leaving him to it as he retires to his office with a stack of envelopes and a large manila folder.
I already have a soft spot for Russell because I feel like every time we've seen him so far, he's had coffee in his hand.
And I can relate to that.
I can relate.
But Russell takes another call as David enters his office, transferring it to the sheriff when he learns that it's the medical examiner. David takes a seat at his desk, lifting the receiver and switching over to line 2, offering Jim a good morning. But Jim reveals that the toxicology reports are in, and the results were negative. David is flabbergasted, insisting that that can't be correct. He says that Rory was... But Jim stops him mid-sentence, sharing that they did the test twice, and it returned the same result. Rory wasn't drunk yesterday. There was no alcohol in his bloodstream.
I would throw up.
Yeah.
I could not recover from that.
No, because then it's like, why then?
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
But
And the guilt.
Yeah.
But I think it's that. How feeling after that. Because he is flabbergasted, but he's like, are you sure? And it's like, dude, that just don't. He said no.
He did.
That
It's
was
like,
it.
but
He's like,
please
yeah,
no?
because I need.
Yeah.
But he reminds David that they'll be getting the drug test results back in a couple of days, and he promises to keep him posted. David accepts this, thanking Jim before rushing off the phone, but he stares in disbelief at the receiver, his mind catching up to what was just shared with him. He finally returns to the paperwork in front of him on his desk, the report from yesterday's tragedy. David circles yes in the section asking if the deceased's blood alcohol level has been tested, and for the result, he reports the coroner's findings, 0.0.
I did appreciate that because
Yes.
I was a
Me
little
too.
bit
I
worried.
know.
It's like 0.24.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying with this answer. I
Yeah.
was like, what,
Yeah.
which way is this going?
I
Which
was
way
like,
is this
phew.
I appreciated it too.
Yes.
But we then pan across the barren baseball field, discovering David standing behind the chain link fence where he was enjoying the game with Deputy Russell yesterday before everything went to hell. He reaches down, picking up the cup of coffee that he dropped the day before, but as he pours the last drops of it into the dirt, he realizes that he isn't alone. Sitting solitarily in the bleachers is none other than Principal Ben, who faces forward with his hands in his lap. David calls out to him, but when Ben doesn't answer, his brow furrows in worry as he approaches the principal. Standing directly in front of him now, David attempts to get his attention again, calling out to him by name and snapping his fingers. After his fourth attempt, Ben's stoic stare shatters, and he looks up at David as if he's just been awakened. David asks earnestly if Ben is all right, and Ben just lets out a sigh, nervously clutching his slacks as he states, "Don't worry, the kids are resilient. They're gonna be all right." David accepts this, but when a bell rings distantly, Ben announces that he's late and he has to go, before darting away at top speed, leaving David all alone.
So,
Gotta go.
yeah. Let's just hope he's traumatized.
That's
and
unfortunately,
that
yeah.
he likes to run.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this whole thing was very concerning.
Yes.
And I think the best we can hope for is that he's just still processing what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm sure that's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Traumatized and likes to run. That's the Julie James special.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But at the family clinic, Judy steps into the waiting room to greet the Farnham family, Deirdre and Bill, played by Christy Lynn Smith and Brett Rickaby respectively, and their son, Nicholas, played by Preston Bailey.
We got a trio, so I'm going to run through this.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Preston Bailey.
Yes.
He he plays young Mac, and It's Always Sunny.
Yes, he does. Excellent casting.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah. He's also in Dexter.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
He's Rita's son.
Yeah.
Right. Christy Lynn Smith, I did see she's done a lot of TV. Station 19, Grey's Anatomy, The Resident. Like, there was a lot of credits there.
Oh, cool.
And Brett Rickaby, he has a credit on Castle Rock from 2018 on Hulu.
Oh.
And True Blood.
Oh. The True Blood.
Yes.
The True Blood. I don't know if you remember, he played a very small role in Zodiac.
Okay.
Oh.
And I pointed him out and I was like, that's the guy from the Crazies. And you're like, I don't know that.
We're like,
Yeah.
huh? Loading.
Right, you're crazy.
Yeah. But Deirdre stands nervously by her seated husband as she pleads with Judy to take a look at him. As he sits there, a confused look resting on his face, Deirdre admits that she has no idea what's wrong with him. He's just not right. Judy takes him into an examination room, and as he rests at the edge of an exam table, Judy checks his blood pressure. Afterwards, she removes the cuff, asking Bill how he feels, and wondering if he's experiencing any pain or discomfort. But Bill's eyes never leave the floor, as he sits despondently without a proper response. Judy then reaches for his arm, finally getting his attention, and he snaps his head in her direction, answering wearily that Deirdre worries too much, insisting that he's fine, just a little tired. Judy jots down the results from the blood pressure test, diving into small talk, wondering if Bill has any plans this weekend with the family. But Bill just stares off into the ether, his voice absently echoing his previous answer. She worries too much. I'm fine. Just a little tired.
You mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bill needs help.
Yeah.
I do too. These scripted responses are
Yeah.
quite strange. But Judy just looks back at her patient, puzzled. After the exam, Judy walks Deirdre back to her car, explaining that Bill's vitals are fine, but she notes that she has to go see a patient in Cedar Rapids on Monday and suggests that she take Bill in to get a CT scan.
I'm sorry. John Paul's acting like this. I'm not waiting till Monday for anything.
No. You shouldn't.
This is very... Please don't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Thank you.
This is very frightening.
Mm-hmm.
He's like
Yeah.
catatonic. He's repeating it. I'm not... Let's sleep on it over the weekend. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not doing that.
I think another thing as well is it just sells how much of a small town this is, because Judy's like, I'm going to Cedar Rapids. I'll take him
He
in
can
for...
come with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is not something that we wait over the weekend. as his doctor, that was fucking weird.
That was.
You know
She's
them.
like, huh.
Yeah. She's like, just give him some aspirin.
Salt tablet.
I'm sure he's fine. Yeah.
Take a salt tablet.
The idea of a CT scan worries Deirdre, but Judy adds that it's just to make sure that it's nothing serious. The camera pans from Nicholas in the back seat playing on his Nintendo DS to find Bill sitting passive in the passenger seat.
I was very excited to see this Nintendo DS.
I feel like it's so weird. Like it's only been 15 years, but there's so many things in this film that are kind of like a time capsule.
Yeah.
Back to like the baseball game. Nobody was on their phone.
Nope.
They were just living in the moment. I know it was a bad moment.
Yeah.
It was.
But still, like stuff like that, if we were to do this today, these little things are so of their time.
Right.
Yeah.
But Judy rests a reassuring hand on Deirdre's shoulder, reminding her that if she needs anything, she can give her a call, day or night. Deirdre thanks her, and Judy taps on the hood of the car to say her goodbyes to Nicholas and Bill, with Nicholas responding jovially, but the camera lingering on Bill, who stares forward through the windshield without a word. This can wait till Monday.
I'm sure he's fine. You know what? Bill can drive us home.
Yeah, no shit.
But that night, we descend upon the Farnham family farm under the glow of the moon, bright bulbs of exterior lights carving the farmhouse, a barn, and a silo out of the deep darkness as the churning of equipment echoes into the evening. An eeriness emanates within the score as we creep inside the house, arcing slowly through a hallway into the den, where Deirdre stands at the far window in her robe, peering through the glass. Nicholas's small footsteps creak through the hallway to join his mother, who we now see is wearing a look of bewilderment as she gazes into the open door of the barn. A confused Nicholas asks what his dad is doing out there, and unsure herself, Deirdre calmly tells her son to wait there while she goes to check it out. Nicholas stands at the window with his Nintendo DS, watching as his mother exits the house, descending the front porch to make her way to the barn. She ties her robe to shield herself from the cold as she crosses the expansive field of her property, the mechanical whirring of machinery growing louder and louder as she enters the structure of the barn.
There is nothing good happening in there.
No. And there, in the center of the building, rests their towering combine harvester, its lights beaming brightly through the dark, the header turning, its sharp blades rotating to no consequence other than to unsettle and irritate Deirdre. She gets far too close for comfort.
Yeah, my note is, Lonnie, get your ass away from there.
I was like, what?
It is beautifully lit, but I don't know why she's doing this.
Yeah, my first thought was the same, but I know this is farming equipment and this, is used for that. But this, in this light, like what we're doing, this is a machine of destruction.
Yes.
Why are you standing and so comfortable being that close?
You're going to
She's
get
like,
harvested.
Huh, that's what it's designed to do.
But she shouts her husband's name over the rhythmic turning of the gears before approaching the cab up front. She gives him the full name treatment as she wrenches the door open, so you know that he's really in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But she stops in startled surprise when she discovers that the cab is empty.
That just raises further questions.
Catching her breath, Deirdre immediately reaches for the controls, switching off the lights and killing the engine, dipping the barn to total darkness. We watch through the cab window as Deirdre's worried eyes scan the area in search of Bill, but after a moment, she descends the tall cab to the barn floor, snagging a flashlight on her way down. Its beam lighting her path forward, Deirdre creeps cautiously, calling out for her husband, but it isn't Bill who answers her. Instead, it's Nicholas, who cries fearfully for his mother from the farmhouse, prompting her to race out of the barn, dropping the flashlight for some reason.
Because of course.
We follow Deirdre through the fields as she cries out for her son, finally reaching the farmhouse and bursting through the front door. She searches frantically through the rooms on the bottom floor, eventually reaching the den where Nicholas's Nintendo DS rests abandoned on the carpet. I promise this isn't sponsored. But the score rises tensely as Deirdre rushes up the stairs, the camera arcing through the wooden balusters as she finds herself in the doorway of her son's bedroom. His overhead light swings ominously above his bed, its chain squeaking as the light illuminates his poster-covered walls, but still no sign of her son. Suddenly, a hand reaches from behind her in the darkness, firmly finding her shoulder and turning her around. She sees that it's Nicholas, who shushes his mother into silence when she attempts to make sure he's okay. He leads her into a closet in the hall, slamming the door behind them and crouching beneath jostled rows of hanged clothes. Deirdre demands to know what happened, and in a shuddering breath, Nicholas tells her, "It's Dad."
This was genuinely scary to me.
Yeah.
This entire sequence, and especially him hiding, it was very unnerving.
And keep your voice down, Mom. Damn.
Yeah.
She's like, what's going on?
Now that we're here, you can tell me. So shut the fuck up. But Deirdre's questions are rapid through her panting breaths, and when Nicholas doesn't answer any of them, she reaches for his small face, begging him to talk to her and tell her what's going on. Finally, locking eyes with his mother, Nicholas reveals that his father has a knife. We cut to the staircase where Bill's heavy footsteps march upward to the second floor, the low light of the house shimmering off the sharp blade clutched in his fist. Deirdre forces Nicholas into hiding behind the hanging clothes before dropping to the floor to peer through the small crack at the bottom of the door. She watches fearfully as Bill's bemired boots plod heavily across the floorboards, trying to hold her breath as he passes by, and once he does, she pulls herself to her knees to put her eye to the keyhole on the closet door. The light cast against her eye, she watches as Bill's shadow is cast across the banister, and thinking he's moved to another room, she leans forward to get a better look. But from the other side of the door, accompanied by a sting in the score, Bill lurches toward the keyhole, his eye meeting hers as she screams, falling backwards. Bill stands stoic outside the closet door as he reaches into his pocket, retrieving his key ring, the light jingle of their rustling sounding through the door as he locates the proper key, sinking it into the lock and turning it. Bill's boots carry him over to the staircase as Deirdre reaches for the knob, unable to turn it. Her muffled cries echo from behind the door as she tries to no avail to force it open, but Bill pays her no mind, walking backwards down the steps as he drenches the floorboards in a steady flow of gasoline from a canister clutched in his arms.
So this is much worse.
Yeah.
Being discovered and then being locked in.
Uh-huh.
That is a nightmare. And I'm like, this is not some blind rage. This is methodical.
Yeah.
The way that he locked them in there, he's pouring this gas. There's method. It's not just madness.
Yeah.
No. And zombies can't do shit like that.
No.
Yeah. And I'm glad you said that
Uh-huh.
because I had the same thought here after a minute.
Okay.
And I do agree it's kind of a misdirection because in a standard moment like this in a horror film, he tears the closet door open.
Yeah.
But this locked in thing, you're like, okay, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
When that lock clicked, I was like, oh, this is going to be so much worse
Oh,
than
yeah.
just him dragging one of them out and the other one running or trying to
Uh-huh.
fight. Like, this is going to be awful.
But Deirdre cowers with Nicholas in the closet, holding him tightly as Bill stands on the front porch, striking a match. He stares curiously at the flicker of its small flame as it dances brightly on the thin stick pinched between his fingers. Deirdre screams for Bill to let them out, to please not do this. But Bill stands unmoved and unemotional from his wife's pleading cries. Without a second thought, he drops the match, the small flame growing vibrant as it catches the flammable liquid, a bright blaze blooming across the path he created until it climbs the staircase, with Deirdre twisting the knob of the closet door and screaming her husband's name as the fire rises to meet her and her son. But as Deirdre's screams echo into the night, the telephone rings on the bedside table in the bedroom of the Duttons' house, stirring David and Judy awake. David reaches blindly through the dark for the receiver, answering the call. And at the edge of the bed, he confirms what he's heard on the other end and assures whoever is called that he's on his way. As he lurches out of bed to get changed, Judy sits up, worriedly asking him what's going on. Well, we cut abruptly to David and Judy arriving at the Farnhams, the burning farmhouse fully engulfed in flames, reflected into the windshield of David's cruiser. They exit his car, the couple surrounded by first responders and emergency vehicles, as they make their way over to Tom Ellis, the fire chief, played by E. Roger Mitchell. As his men arc their fire hose in a powerful stream to extinguish the flames, Tom tells David and Judy that there's no sign of Deirdre or Nicholas, only Bill. When he reveals that they found an empty gas can sitting out front, Judy collapses into the arms of her husband, unable to contain her anguished cries. But Tom continues that Bill was outside too, mowing the goddamn lawn.
That's wild work.
Yeah.
And I'm like, as soon as they got this call, Judy is going to feel responsible for this, for being like, oh, he'll be fine. We'll, check it out on Monday or whatever.
Right.
Because you sent them home and then this happened.
Although, I mean, there's no way you could have fucking known.
Of course. I'm not saying it is her fault.
Like, I
I'm
can't
saying
believe Judy would do this.
Yeah.
I would feel very guilty.
I would too.
Well, yeah, you're checking them out again. You know these people. You're their doctor.
Yeah. Not that you take blood pressure and it's like, oh, I think he's going to,
Tonight.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But Bill sits nearby in a truck bed, despondent and staring at the ground as he hums a soft melody. Judy breaks away from David's embrace, marching over to Bill as Tom reveals the grisly details to the sheriff, that Deirdre and Nicholas were eventually found in an upstairs closet. But Judy shouts at Bill, standing directly in front of him and peering into his face as she demands to know what the hell happened here. David makes his way over too, in an attempt to collect Judy, but just as he does, Bill finally raises his head, only to hum his tune a little louder. As Judy crumbles to tears in David's arms, furiously crying out to Bill, David gazes back perplexed as the man starts to whistle his song into the morning air as the fire continues to rage behind him.
So this was a little confusing to me because my thought was, so you know what you're doing? You're whistling this song, you almost kind of like, and what?
Nonchalant.
It's like, what? Rory wasn't acting like that.
No.
He was quiet. He seemed like he was confused. This kind of made me like, well, hold on. You're not the same as the other guy we've seen.
Yeah, it is a little insult to injury because I'm like, what is he singing?
Yeah.
It's just burning down the house. Like, what are you doing?
It's catchy. I get it. And it fits the moment. I will say the one thing they did say is that the song that he's whistling is a reference to the original Crazies. Where
okay.
It's like this old-time war song that was used for one of the montages in the film.
Okay.
So there's that. But something else that was mentioned by Eisner, especially in his argument and saying, like, these are not zombies. He was saying that what is going on with what's happening to these people, and we'll learn everything, but what's happening inside is that it's like their inhibitions are disappearing and things that are lying low inside of them are coming out. And so I feel like that's an interesting idea. The issue is how everyone reacts so similarly.
Yeah. I think that it is actually a phenomenal idea. I would have loved to see more of that. And I on one hand, I do appreciate how quickly everything started moving, as far as Rory coming onto the field and then, now we're here. But maybe if we got a little more time with the people in this town and see like maybe an offhand comment or, oh, he always jokes with her like that, or like something to be like, oh no, that he wasn't joking. Like that was in him this whole time and now it's being brought out. I think that is infinitely scarier, like from a psychological or even like sociological standpoint of maybe there are things and grudges that you hold that you don't even realize that you're still holding.
Right.
And they bubble up to the surface when whatever is happening is happening.
Yeah.
I think that that's way scarier than, I don't fucking know Bill. I don't know Deirdre. I don't know their fucking kid. I don't know any of these people. Bill could have been a piece of shit. I don't know him,
No.
you know?
Yeah.
So I think maybe just getting a little bit more time and watching this, but, you know, maybe that's asking for too much of a slow burn, but watching these inhibitions kind of fall away and these characters slowly shift.
I feel like that's starting to sound more like a Stephen King,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But I think it would be interesting. What if, you know, instead of the principal being despondent at the field, he remembers that Rory complained about something about the baseball games,
Yeah.
you know, or something like that. Where
True.
it's,
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think that is just, for me, it's just scarier because there are, like, you can know somebody and never know what they're thinking deep down, or you can think that you're over something and you're not. You know what I mean? Like, that is way scarier, that whatever is going on has tapped into that we maybe don't even acknowledge within ourselves. Like, I don't know Bill, but I don't think he was like, man, I would love to fucking burn my house down and kill my wife and kid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like, but what Eisner is saying is that was in him.
Yeah, somewhere.
So, you know, yeah, just maybe a little more of an exploration of that would be more satisfying for me. Although that may be asking for a completely different movie. Written by a completely different person.
And a longer movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, longer
Yeah.
movie for sure. All right, I'll be quiet.
No. Thinking about it with what the intention was, it almost puts me in the mind of what we talked about when we covered The Purge.
Okay.
And it's like, everybody just wants to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's trying to rob a bank. Nobody's, you know,
Yeah.
like these baser instincts that are just buried deep, and whatever's going on is pulling it out of you. This is all you want to do?
No, we all just want to kill people.
Yeah, I don't know. I seen Inside Out, and there's, you know what I mean?
there's
Yeah,
more
there's
there.
more.
Like 5 feelings, I think.
Watching this, though, and David showing up here, I'm like, how long before we wonder if these two really out of left field, no pun intended, things with the baseball field and now here, things like this, I'm assuming, don't really happen in this town.
Right.
And now they're all happening. Is this the same day? The next day?
Yeah, the next day.
So it's
Ooh.
like, you know, when do we start to be like, okay, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Something very interesting I learned behind the scenes is this house in Iowa apparently belonged to a family who had a bit of a bad reputation, with a lot of nefarious activities having taken place inside this house.
Ooh.
And they had run-ins with law enforcement and eventually abandoned this house. And so that's how the production found it. It was derelict. And the locals felt as though the family that had lived there left something dark and evil behind in this house.
Okay.
And so the director was like, you know, we can really burn it if you want. And the locals said yes.
God damn.
Wow.
I was going to joke. Did they tear it down after they were done?
They burned it down.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's the real town's fire department that's putting out the blaze in the background of the film.
Okay.
But we cut abruptly to a group of hunters trudging through the marsh in their camo coverings, wading through knee-deep water with their rifles held tight at the ready. We find them through the thickets and the skeletal trees, the group led by Red, played by Alex Van, and followed closely by Jesse and Nathan, played by Brett Wagner and Thomas Rounds, respectively. When Red spies something peculiar in the distance, he can barely mutter, "What the hell?"
He did. I
did.
literally have it in my notes. That was a genuine one.
Yeah, we haven't had a genuine one in a long time. But he leads his friends over to investigate. Caught in the cluttered branches of the surrounding trees is the canopy of a bright white parachute, its thin suspension lines trailing downward and dipping beneath the broken branches in the muddy water. Jesse reaches for them, pulling them up with great effort, and as the music grows frenzied, the bloated and decayed face of a dead pilot, played by Joseph Lavender, surfaces, his gray flesh and lifeless eyes encased within its helmet. The three hunters lurch backward in fright, splashing through the water as the music climbs suspensefully, and they stare in fear and shock at the sight before them. But later that morning, Russell crosses the threshold into the Ogden Marsh Sheriff's Department, filing some folders away at the front desk, But as soon as David sees him, he asks if he was able to get in touch with Sheriff Burns in Cedar Rapids. Russell is too distracted to answer, though, peering past us with his eyes fixed and his brows furrowed in confusion. David gets his attention again, and Russell answers absently that he was able to get in touch with the sheriff and that state troopers are coming this afternoon to pick Bill up for a transfer. But he asks David, how long has he been playing statue? Through the door behind the front desk, we see Bill in his small holding cell, standing frozen at its center, his eyes vacant as he stares forward through the iron bars. David reveals that Bill has been like this for a couple of hours now, noting that it's the same look that Rory gave him, the same goddamn look.
So back at the burning house,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, how long before we start to connect these really horrific things happening?
Yeah.
I did not think it would be this fast.
One scene.
One scene, yeah. I was like, okay, David, like, on one hand, I commend you for being on the ball, but I was not expecting it to happen that quickly.
Yeah.
Well, we're on a time crunch here. We got 2 days.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
But David returns to his office, though Russell can't seem to look away from the seemingly bewitched Bill, who stands stoically within his cell. The telephone rings at the front desk, breaking Russell's returned stare and causing him to scoff, shaking his head as he walks over to answer it. But we press in on Bill as the score pounds dramatically, his eyes unblinking as he gazes outward.
I think we should call for outside help. Because Russell on the phone, it sounds like he's taking a call about something that was just discovered.
Right now.
Right
Yes,
now.
Yeah.
We got Bill on the cell looking all crazy. Rory with that shit happened. It's just too much. Right now, it's like this is happening way too fast.
We need an adult.
Yeah,
sure.
I will say something cool. There is graffiti on the inside of that holding cell. And if you look, I think it's on the lower left, it straight up says Romero.
Oh, that's cool.
But we soon discover that David and Russell have been called out to the marsh, standing in the muddy water with Jim, who assesses the floating and decayed corpse below them, determining that he's been out here for at least a week. Jim leans down to check the body for any form of identification as David and a sickened Russell step away, dipping under the line of police tape to interview the hunters who found the body. David admonishes them lightly, noting that the last time he checked, hunting season ended 3 months ago. The three men rest at the tailgate of their truck, Red insisting that they were only out to take in a little bit of nature and fresh air, that's all. But David drops the hammer as he reaches the passenger side of the police vehicle. Guns away till fall.
Well, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were just taking our guns for a little
walk.
fresh
No.
air.
Somebody would have heard that.
Yeah. Y'all, right. Y'all would
Yeah.
have gotten caught anyway.
That was a duck. As the hunters clamor in disbelief and disappointment, David and Russell take their seats. David suggests that they've found themselves a pilot, but where's the plane? This is when Russell recalls that last week, some guy called Travis Quinn, great name, by the way, was going around saying that he heard something crash out by Hopman Bog. He admits that he didn't think anything of it, and David understands because Travis is often full of shit. That's not indicative.
Not every Travis.
No.
That's convenient.
Yeah. That's,
It's like, oh, last week I heard, like, last week?
It's like, oh my God, that reminds me.
Yeah, it's not your fucking job to investigate this or anything.
Dude, they had like baseball games to go to. Okay.
we seen. Yeah.
But though they both understand that Travis is often full of shit, David allows that this could, maybe, be an exception. We then cut to David and Russell, sitting in the front of a motorboat driven by Travis Quinn, played by Gregory Sporliter.
There's another name that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
It should. He was on American Horror Story.
Okay.
Ah, that makes sense.
That's it. I was like, I feel like I've said it before.
Like,
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah. On PMTV.
Yeah.
Yes.
For as little as $3 a month. Patreon.com/thepodmortem.
Go check it out.
Yeah. But they coast through the river as Russell attempts to clarify the finer points of what Travis claims to have heard. But rather than provide any details, Travis is more concerned with the reward that he seems to think that he's owed for his assistance. Russell continues, however, asking if it sounded like a big plane or a small one, but Travis just smokes his cigarette, snarking that if Russell could explain the difference of how those two sound, he might be able to figure it out.
What the fuck is up with this guy?
I know.
don't know.
I don't like him.
No.
Frustrated, Russell returns to his previous assessment that Travis is full of shit. But David just stares outward into the water, stirring his coffee as he counters that people only ask for a reward when there's actually something to find. Travis wonders if it's going to be a big reward, but David warns that if he asks about the reward one more time, or says the word reward once more, he's going to throw him out of the fucking boat. That was more a commentary on my script. How many fucking times do I have to say reward? It's a hard word to say for me.
For you.
me.
That's really funny, though, because I was going to mention him having dad energy in a moment later. But that is also dad energy of if you see that one
I'm
more
throwing
time.
you out of the boat.
Who said that?
Nobody.
Like, where'd you get that from?
But at this, Travis just puffs his cigarette, coldly remarking, "You're not going to shoot me?"
Come on, man.
That's too much.
Yeah, don't do that.
And again, you know him. This is a small town.
Yeah.
David turns to face Travis, his eyes filled with ire as he glares at him silently. But instead of launching into a tirade or raining blows down upon him, David just asks Travis to kill the engine of the boat, which he does. As the boat coasts to a stop in the water, David reveals to his deputy that it was indeed a big plane. And when Russell asks how he knows this, David replies simply, "Because we're right on top of it." The camera climbs to a great height to spy the small boat floating in the water, but beneath it, through the murky water, the expansive body of a large aircraft slowly comes into view, its wings outstretched and completely submerged, dwarfing the small vessel as the score shrieks at the sight of this discovery.
So maybe it's time to reassess the full of shit allegation.
Yeah.
Because that's been there for, a week now?
Mhm.
Yeah, a piece of the fucking wing is sticking out.
It
There's
is.
a propeller right there, dude.
Seriously.
You're like, shut the fuck up.
But suddenly, our view is overtaken once again by the lens of a surveillance camera in the sky, an orange crosshair centering on the boat and encasing it in a rectangular reticle. The view widens, cycling through lenses and zooming out of the bog and its surrounding area to focus certainly on the entirety of Ogden Marsh Township. As the latitude and longitude are noted at the left side of the screen, a small text box appears at the right, a red light blinking incessantly as the directive is issued. Initiate containment protocol. As a haze overtakes the surveillance in the sky, on the ground, David and Russell arrive at the Ogden Marsh Town Planner office on Main Street, approaching the front desk. Without introductions, context, or even a greeting, David asks Kevin Miller, the town planner played by Chet Grissom, which way the water flows through town.
Chet Grissom, he does have a credit on True Detective.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
His name just makes me think of CSI immediately. But
Immediately.
True Detective,
Yeah.
that'd be interesting to do a deep dive on. I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
But Kevin, reclined at his desk with a newspaper on his lunch break, sets down his sandwich half, passively commenting that it's nice to see them too. But he then immediately snaps into work mode, clarifying if David is asking about wastewater or drinking water. Upon learning that he's interested in learning about the drinking water, Kevin asks for a second to look into it. But in an aside to his deputy, David is perplexed that a plane that size could go down with nothing about it in the paper or on the news. Russell understands that it must be conditional, and depending on the payload, David concurs, clearly catching a ride on the same train of thought. But David and Russell then go through it together. Hopman Bog drains into Dwyer Creek, which drains into Black Pond. Russell is then distracted momentarily, remembering a monster catfish that he caught there once. But David breezes past this memory, asking with his voice clutched by concern, "Russ, Where do you think we get our drinking water from? Kevin returns to the conversation, bringing his research to the front desk, informing the men that treated water comes in from the north, then breaks east to west. But David asks whose house this water reaches first, and consulting the schematics of the town for not even 1 second, Kevin answers concretely, Rory Hamill.
Well, yeah,
We do, but it was just really funny. It's like, is his name on that thing?
Yeah.
he knew it off the top of his head. He was just trying to act like he didn't.
See, for me right here was like, damn, y'all figured that out quick. I would have never fucking sat here.
No.
Like, there's no way. It was just one after the other. I was like, oh, shit, you're right. It's
Yeah.
like,
You guys are really smart.
I will say in the original, because you have perspectives from the government
Right.
and the military, you kind of understand what's going on almost immediately.
Yeah.
So maybe they're trying to just get to
Yeah.
it.
Right.
Guitar strings are plucked pensively in the score as we follow David's police cruiser off-road and onto an expansive property, a massive sprinkler system drenching the field in the background as the vehicle passes a canopy tent to park in front of a swimming pool that honestly appears so out of place that you'd think it was a mirage.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I was like, so this is a dream sequence. I will say it's wild.
Mm-hmm.
But on director's commentary, Eisner said that this pool was not built for the production. They
That's very hard to believe.
they found this on location in Georgia, and all they had to do was clean it up because I guess it was dirty and there were a bunch of snapping turtles in it. But
Oh.
shit.
it was a swimming pool.
It does look fake. Like, there's no privacy fence. It's just, I'm swimming. You need to watch.
It's there better be some space around these properties. But we cut to David standing at the pool's edge as Mayor Hobbs, played by John Aylward, ascends the ladder out of the crisp chlorinated water.
John Aylward, he's got some interesting credits. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 from 93, Instinct from 99, Armageddon from 98, and A Million Ways to Die in the West from 2014.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Do you remember him?
On Mad Men?
Yeah. Wasn't he with, he was part of Dr. Faye's?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. There are a few people from
Yeah.
this movie that end up on Mad Men. That's hilarious.
But Hobbs seems less than helpful, puzzled that David would suggest shutting off the entire town's water supply on a hunch. But David levels with the mayor, reminding him that they've got 3 dead bodies in the morgue in the last 48 hours. But Hobbs instructs David to take a look around, insisting that this is a farming community in the midst of planting season, and if they turn off the water, it's going to kill the crops. He adds that if you kill the crops, you bankrupt every family in Pierce County. As he reclines into a lounger and rests on top of a beach towel, Hobbs notes that this isn't based on a hunch, it's a fact. He reaches for a newspaper, turning his attention to it instead of David, as he announces, "Water stays on." Defeated, David returns to Russell, who stands waiting at the police cruiser.
I know you have already mentioned him being in the pool. I found it really funny. It reminded me of the Mr. Prime Minister from The Simpsons. But I was concerned about him being in the water
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
when we're talking about this. And he's like, no. But it's like, once again, we see this time and time again in a lot of movies and in real life where it's like, look, hello, I'm sounding an alarm. And it's like, no, I'm sure it's fine. Like, we're not doing that.
Right.
Yeah. And it is kind of a trope.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One thing that does make me laugh, though, is that he is the mayor of Ogden Marsh.
Yeah.
And everything that happens here, we did just see him getting out of that pool. We never see this motherfucker again.
No, not at all.
There's shit that happens later where you can't quite see who is doing it. And I was like, oh, the mayor's bag.
Yeah, no.
No, bitch. He's still in his pool.
But we cut abruptly to a pair of bolt cutters snapping through a padlock, breaching the barrier of a chain link fence with ease. David wrenches the fence open, and from a low angle, we spy the massive tank of a water tower presiding prominently above him. David makes his way inside the area with Russell following close behind, the fence swinging open towards us with a bold red sign reading, "Warning, tampering with this facility is a federal offense." But David disobeys this, instead marching over to a lever housed inside of a small control box at the bottom of the tower. Russell shifts nervously, admitting that though he's all for a little civil disobedience, he thinks that this just might cost David his job. David just turns the lever to the off position before completely dislodging it with the bolt cutters, taking it with him as he answers, "You know what, Russ? That wouldn't be such a bad thing." I don't know why he's so ready to lose his livelihood, but, whatever.
His livelihood.
I am glad that he took that with him, though.
Yes.
Yes.
Because someone's like, oh, someone just turned it off.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
But I will say this with the water and some of the stuff that we see later on with some like official organizations and stuff, it reminded me a lot of Dreamcatcher
Yeah, I get that.
or The Blob.
Also true.
Yeah.
But the pair return to the sheriff's department, and as Russell stashes something away in the locker in the holding room, he turns to discover a bloody handprint on the wall inside of the small cell, only to discover Bill collapsed on the floor, seemingly unresponsive. Puzzled, he reaches for his keys to unlock the cell, but before he can, David seizes him by the wrist, shushing him and suggesting that he just hold on for a second. The score rises eerily as they kneel down to peer at Bill through the bars, and we dip down to survey Bill's face, the dark branches of veins carving their path through the flesh on his cheek as his eyes stare lifelessly to the ceiling of the cell. Russell wonders if he could be dead, and as a fly buzzes around Bill, David retorts that if he is dead, then he won't mind waiting for just a second.
He's not lying.
It's true. I saw an interview with Rob Hall, who did the effects with Almost Human, and I thought it was interesting because Eisner wanted everything really, really grounded in real medical symptoms. So we talked on The Substance last week about the use of kind of like temporary tattoos and stuff. And so they used that a lot for like veins standing out or scars and stuff. And like he would be like, oh no, he's further along than that. They could just add more. They used a lot of prosthetics like as things go along, like up to 20 on like faces.
God damn.
They used they like did life casts and made full necks, prosthetic necks, because he said that he didn't want like zombies. It's like a lack of life. He wanted them to be like bursting with life. It's too much life. And so if you look at their necks, the work is really good because they look real, but it's like they're all the muscles are taut. Like everything is super tight because it's like it's bursting from them. And so they studied a lot of stuff. I think, John Paul, you said earlier, rabies symptoms.
Yeah.
They studied a lot of that. And Rob Hall said that the one rule was that it needed to trace back to something medically. And so if the team was like, hey, we thought it would be really cool if this looked like this or this looked like that, or we built this, he'd be like, okay, what disease can do that?
Oh, okay.
And so they would need to present medical evidence that, okay, if they have tetanus, which was another huge influence, if they have tetanus, their muscles are going to react in this way, or their neck will be taut like this or whatever. I thought that was really cool because he refused to do anything just for the sake of it looking cool. He's like, these people are sick. They need medical like issues.
And that is something different from the original, because it seems, at least from my memory, that the people who are afflicted by whatever's going on are just people. They look like people.
Oh, that's
so
scarier.
Yeah.
It is. But again, I feel like this film is leaning heavier into the horror of it all.
Right.
And maybe we need some creatures like this.
Yeah, for sure. But I think maybe this is like advanced. You know what I mean? I think because there is a little bit later on that reminds me kind of The Thing, where it's like, are you sick? Are you sick?
Yes.
And that's the other thing that I would have really loved to see them lean on a little bit more, is these people that know each other and trust each other having like moments of, are you good? Why did that make you so mad? Why are you yelling at me? Like, I don't just like.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because, you know.
I say that all the time.
Why are you so mad? Why are you yelling at me?
I'm very sensitive.
But if there aren't these physical representations of this illness, it is scarier.
That is another thing, because Eisner did mention the thing as being an influence.
Okay.
But I think you're right. We don't really get the level of paranoia that we could.
Yeah.
Because it would be a lot cooler to be like, these are your neighbors. This is a small town.
Yeah.
Right.
You know these people. Rory looked horrible.
Yeah. He didn't look drunk.
No.
It's
like, did you get into a fight before you came here? Are you settling a score, Rory?
Yeah.
Settling a scory, Rory. But yeah, I just that aspect I think would be really cool to, you know me. What are you talking about? You know, like I don't know.
But suddenly, Bill lurches up, the score shrieking in a jump scare as he howls, reaching his pale arms through the bars. The men lurch back as a scream erupts from Bill's throat, past his yellowing teeth and blood-smeared lips, his eyes set sternly on the sheriff and his deputy. David and Russell stare at the man before them, the sheriff asking, "Did we or did we not request a transfer for him this morning?" And I forgot about that. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
But David exits holding to reach for the receiver of a telephone at the front desk. But when he puts it to his ear, the busy signal drones incessantly. In the background, Bill stalks in his cell from left to right, pacing and pacing as David rushes for the phone in his office, only to be greeted by the same trying tone. David then darts his eyes to his computer screen, discovering that it's not just the phones, but the internet connection is down too throughout the office. Worry fills Russell's face as David states what we all can plainly see now. They're in trouble. David snags his state-of-the-art Nokia slide phone, and he takes it to the streets, where he discovers that he can't get a signal through it either. But he notices something else, too, and as the camera rises above him in a wide shot, David realizes that the town is deathly silent, and aside from a few parked cars here and there, he is seemingly the only person occupying the main street of the town. We spy David through deserted shop windows, past knickknacks and unlit neon signs, as he calls out for anyone to answer. But a voice suddenly emanates from an alley, singing the hymn, "All Things Bright and Beautiful." And as David glances over to the source of the sound, a woman, played by Lynn Lowry in a cameo role, rides out on a children's bicycle in a green floral dress and her hair in pigtails. Lynn Lowry was actually one of the main cast members in the 1973 version of The Crazies.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
The director was talking about it on commentary, and he had said that there is like an arc that her character has in the original film that is just absolutely disgusting, I will say.
Oh.
But they had thought about putting that arc in this film to kind of have more of a connection between the two films.
Right.
But they realized that it would be too dark to do it and that it would never get past test audiences.
God damn.
Yeah, holy shit.
Tell us about it later.
I will. It's,
Off mic.
I will. It's fucking gross. But she passes by a puzzled David as she continues singing, and we suddenly spy them both through the lens of a camera, the shutter clicking as we press in on them, snapping shots of the woman as she rides away, and then of David, who stands shaken in the center of the street. But David catches sight of a black Chevrolet Suburban parked at a distance down the road, seeming to find this more peculiar than the strange woman who just rode past him on her bike.
Yeah.
David picks up his pace, jogging over to the vehicle. But before he can get close to it, the SUV whips out of its parking spot, its tires screeching as it drifts across the road, correcting itself to speed away.
That's not suspicious at all.
Nah.
They weren't
And
even
who
trying to
might you
hide.
be?
No.
Yeah.
Fuck. He spotted us. I will say this behavior, the riding of the bicycle and the singing and everything, apparently that is what the virus is doing to her.
Right.
So that because I was like, that's fucking strange to
Yeah.
see. And David doesn't even really comment on it. He doesn't even tell anyone about it later.
He's got a lot on his mind. But like, what does that say? That releasing her inhibitions just made her act like a child?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
You've not explained it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very crazy.
No. But it's better than her being like, fucking sheriff!
Yeah,
Trying to beat him to death in the middle of the street.
It is better than that. That's true.
David watches as the vehicle goes, but his attention is suddenly stolen when he hears the sound of shattering glass coming from the Finley funeral home. He races over to the building, and when he's unable to enter through the locked front door, he's able to make use of the side entrance. Once inside, David creeps through the shadows, calling out to Jim as he makes his way past the display room and into the morgue. We rise through the darkness on the other side of the door, past Deirdre's burned and withered body on an examination table, to follow David as he continues onward, step by step, past the embalming sink, to discover a body lying across from it on a slab beneath a thin white sheet. David reaches a nervous hand for it, tearing the cloth from the face of the corpse, discovering it to be Rory's pallid cadaver, his eyes sewn shut with X-shaped stitches, which is pretty cartoony work from the fucking mortician.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And my inhibitions are, I'm fun.
Yeah.
I am a fun guy. But before David can make heads or tails of it, a clattering noise in the distance disturbs his concentration. But even more alarming is what David discovers on another slab in the corner of the room. There, beneath a thin white sheet, a body begins to writhe, guttural moans muffled beneath the fabric. The score rises suspensefully as David pulls for the sheet, revealing the town pastor, resting within a halo of blood droplets, his eyes and his mouth sealed tightly with black thread.
Horrific.
Yeah. David gasps, instinctively reaching for an instrument tray to find a small pair of surgical scissors. As David gets to work, snipping the thread at the pastor's mouth, the pastor peers through the thin slice of light between the thread at his eyelids, and once his mouth is halfway freed from its stitched prison, the pastor intones in a rasp, "Behind you."
Oh, hell no.
David barely has the chance to turn around before Jim clocks him right across the face with the metal rack of an IV pole.
Was it just me, or was he giving Upson Pratt from Creepshow?
That's fair.
He looks like he's cosplaying.
Yeah.
As David clatters to the tiles, Jim stumbles past him in a stupor, his green surgical gown a blur as David stares up at the flickering lights above him. He groans, collecting himself, and as we spy the lights above him in his POV, Jim suddenly appears above him in a jump scare, his silhouette carved out of the square-shaped fixture, as he wields a whirring surgical saw, bringing it down toward David's face. David snaps back to life, seizing Jim's wrist, barely able to keep the saw at bay until he can't, and its circling blade slices into his shoulder. David summons the strength to push Jim backward, the saw colliding with the leg of a metal examination table, shooting sparks as the sheriff climbs to his knees. Jim swings wildly for him, missing entirely and colliding instead with Rory's corpse, dingy brown debris coating the once white sheet at the site of impact. He continues onward toward David, missing him again and again with desperate strikes as David eyes the extension cord of the saw, pulling it taut and causing the saw to jerk upward, its blade sinking into Jim's chest. He collapses onto the edge of the embalming sink, his shoes slipping against his own blood that collects on the tiled floor as the saw drives deeper into his flesh. Jim writhes in vibrant pain, collapsing to the floor in a heap as the saw continues whirring against the blood-stained tiles in his lifeless grasp. As he dies, the saw is released, making a beeline for David, who slinks away, his back pressed against the morgue door and his legs wide open as the saw seeks to cut him in half in the worst possible way. But before the blade can make contact with his nether regions, it suddenly stops short, and David looks up, discovering Russell has come to his rescue, his boots stomped onto the cord as he unplugs the appliance. It dies on the floor as both men catch their breath, Russell surveying Jim's corpse lying in a pool of his own blood, only able to mutter, "Christ almighty," as David kicks the saw away.
Now, if you like people being saved in the nick of time, good. Keep watching this.
Got the film for you.
But I'm just now realizing, listening to you, that they just left that preacher there.
Yeah.
Dude, you're right.
He warned David, and we never see him again.
That's true. Well, that's on Russell. If I'm David, I would have forgotten how this started.
Shit.
I know you warned me and everything, but
How this started.
it almost got cut off. I'm a little shaken up. And what a defensive maneuver, by the way. Here it is.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Open
crazy.
your legs as wide as you can. I was like, David, please.
It is very funny because you already know what's going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
This is not going to go the way you think it is. It's the same. We've seen this before.
Yeah, we have.
So I would have liked a little, maybe something different than the scooting back Saul coming at you.
With
but
your legs wide open.
Yes.
Yeah. But that night, we get a gorgeous shot of the full moon beaming its brilliance through the evening and silhouetted trees as we return to the Duttons' farmhouse. In the upstairs bedroom, David frantically packs a bag for Judy, who outright refuses to go to her parents' house at David's suggestion. David insists that she has no idea what's happening out there, but Judy counters that he doesn't either, and whatever it is, she can't just leave. She asks her husband if he plans to leave, and when he attempts to pull rank, reminding her that he's the town's sheriff, Judy plays a card of her own, reminding him that she's their doctor. David accepts this, suggesting that if it turns out that all they need is some penicillin, he'll give her a call.
Ooh,
Come on.
that was rude as hell.
It was.
It's giving I bring the cake, you bring the crumbs. I thought, again, in my mind, we're watching this slowly take hold of people.
Right.
That was really mean for David. I've never seen him be mean. Like, we go way back. I've never seen him talk to his wife that way. So I thought this was the start of like him kind of losing it a little bit, but it's not.
Okay.
Maybe we're supposed to think that?
Yeah.
Maybe, because I definitely did.
Maybe.
But as he continues rifling through the drawers to pack her bag, Judy notices something through the window, calling her husband's name. When David asks what it is, with her eyes unwavering and unblinking, she tells him, "There's somebody outside." David pushes past the drapes to discover the light in the shed across the property has been switched on. Not sure how Judy saw that, but it's fine.
Yeah.
She felt it.
Yeah.
So there's a light on somewhere. I think that this might be a nod to The Thing.
Okay.
Do you remember when McCready and Knowles were outside and he's like, and then we'll check my shack? And Knowles is like, what the hell for? He's like, because when I left, I turned the lights off.
Yeah.
That shot was very familiar to me.
Okay.
But David immediately exits the farmhouse, creeping his way through the dark to investigate. He steps inside cautiously, peering around corners, over a tarp-covered car, and past the collected and clumsily stacked items, equipment, and debris. The score hums ominously as the chirping of crickets seem to be David's only company, but as he makes his way to the back of the shed, Judy's cries suddenly echo from the farmhouse, and as David rushes outside in the direction of this startling sound, he's immediately seized by several swarming soldiers. The bright lights at the end of their rifles blind him as they bark their orders through their gas masks, ushering him toward the street where a school bus waits, flanked by a couple of military Humvees.
At least they said, please, ma'am.
They
They were kind of polite.
it's still frightening as hell.
Yeah, so you can take the barrel of your gun at my back, but I
Yeah.
was like, I'm moving.
And couldn't you knock on my door?
Yeah, no.
Instead of fucking around in my shed
We're
and
waiting
stuff?
for you. It's all right.
But David is pushed up the steps and down the aisles of the bus, the concerned citizenry who fill the seats asking their sheriff what's happening. But David is resigned and just as clueless as they are. He's forced into a seat, conveniently right in front of Russell.
Naturally.
Yeah. But Russell leans against the bus window, sarcastically alerting his superior that a funny thing happened to him on his way to Cedar Rapids. The bastard spiked his tires. As Judy is parked right next to David on the bus, which I was very thankful for because I didn't know what was going to happen there.
Yeah.
Russell asks who these fuckers even are. But before David can even answer, the school bus pulls away from the Duttons' property, following close behind the military Humvee until they're led to Ogden Marsh High School, where a long row of school buses are being led down the road by the powers that be. We spy them from above through the jittery view of a helicopter, which hovers in a circle around the grounds, eyeing a fleet of buses parked neatly together in the expansive lot. While on the ground, David and Judy peer through the window as they pass military personnel, their vehicles, and aircrafts, and through the flashing lights, she sees her friends and neighbors herded into small, fenced-in areas just outside the school. When their bus finally parks, a voice sounds over the PA system, citing an executive order that this operation is in accordance with, and we watch as uncredited military police guide them off, asking them politely to keep moving along. David, Judy, and Russell are ushered into a large white tent where men in protective gear wave bright blue wands over them, allowing them to continue onward after seemingly passing some sort of screening. But David approaches a soldier at the center of the tent, asking him to tell them what's going on, but his only answer for them is that they have to keep moving, insisting that he can't answer any of their questions. But as David and Judy are pushed along, 3 officers swoop upon Russell, guiding him against his protests to another area in the expansive tent. Where David and Judy are pushed, however, an alarm begins to go off on a screening device that's held by one of the military men, and we watch as they tear a child, played by Pierce Gagnon, out of the arms of his distraught mother, played by Lori Beth Sykes. 2 soldiers hold the mother back as a third carries the crying child away, promising that they'll be right back. As Judy seeks to get involved, 2 soldiers keep them at bay, pushing them forward on their path out of the tent and to another checkpoint inside. And everything is happening so fast, it's all so frenzied and terrifying.
Yeah.
You don't even have the moment to register. You're like, they just fucking stole this kid away from his mom.
Yeah, that was my note, that it is all happening so fast that it's panic inducing.
Yeah.
Like there is not that time to, okay, now this. Like it's just, people are being snatched, they're being herded. Mm-hmm. Like it is horrifying. And
it's shot so claustrophobically. Like everything is just moving forward and just keep it going.
Yeah.
But the pair pass cages of their fellow townsfolk, past military personnel, and people lined up single file at another checkpoint, where men clad in protective gear are testing tympanic temperatures one by one before letting the citizens through. David very frantically asks Judy what they're doing, which to me it seemed very obvious what's happening. He's like, what are they doing? What's going on?
I think he doesn't want to believe what's happening.
It's like, well, they're checking a temperature.
Tell me that anything else.
Judy explains that they're checking for elevated temperatures, and David remembers that both Rory and Bill Farnham were both bleeding from their nose. And Judy realizes that if this is caused by cerebral hemorrhaging, then it must be some kind of virus that's responsible for all of this.
You can't lay that on me after everything we're experiencing right now.
No.
But as they're ushered toward a checkpoint themselves, while David's temperature is checked, he attempts to level with the military, asking once again what's going on, explaining to them that he's the town sheriff and he knows everyone here. After he passes through, he insists that if they let him in on what's going on, he might actually be able to help them. But a rapid beeping noise interrupts David's plea, and he turns around to discover the device has taken note of Judy's elevated temperature. Having failed the test at this checkpoint, the military men swoop upon her, dragging her away down a path through the fences. David forces his way through the blockade of men, struggling against them as he reaches the fence separating him from his wife. As they stand on opposite sides, David reaches for Judy through the chain link, only to be promptly pulled away, taken to the ground, and beaten into submission as Judy is ushered off to a separate area of the quarantine facility against her shouts and protests.
Like we said, everything was kind of happening fast. I think for me right here was kind of like, how scary is this?
Yeah.
Like this, I know monsters, whatever, but this isn't about race. This isn't about size. This isn't about anything. This is about, you could be sick. You're a problem.
Yeah.
And it like, they don't give a fuck.
No.
They're just taking people, the kid, him, they're different checkpoints to whatever. I wouldn't know what to do if they took your sister away and it's like, oh no, she's sick now. What the fuck? What do you mean?
And then you race to try to save her, and then you get beaten to the ground.
Yeah, you just get beat up.
Yeah.
It's just like, how severe is this that it's not even like a person anymore?
Yeah.
No.
It's like, this is the threat and it needs to be quarantined or removed.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Something else is just a sidebar, but whenever David was trying to appeal to the military men, he's like, I'm the sheriff. I know everybody here. It's clearly something medical, as Judy just told you.
Right.
Why don't you tell them that your wife's a fucking doctor?
Yeah, she's the town doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is not going to be cured with fucking penicillin. So yeah, no, I'm the sheriff.
Dude, he had that in the chamber, I think.
He was...
Hey, but even that, they didn't give a shit what he was.
No,
not at all.
they just beat the hell out of him. But sometime later, through Judy's POV, we stare at the ceiling as we're wheeled through a long hall, a soldier peering down at us, Judy's face reflected in the large lenses of his gas mask. Her heartbeat thumps in her ears, and she looks left to right as she's pushed past gray lockers and closed classrooms, the halls lined with armed military men. She watches through the thin glass window of a classroom door as a young woman is slammed against it on the other side, blood spewing from her mouth as she sinks to the floor. And when Judy turns her head, she sees another gurney wheeled past her, the white sheets covering it stained red with fresh blood. But at the end of the hall, men in orange protective gear open the plastic covering to accept her into the long, clear tunnel of a detox chamber, where a man in puffed white and hooded coveralls enters the area from the other end. He readies a mask connected to anesthesia, and though Judy begs him not to and screams that she's pregnant, he forces it onto her face.
That's just terrifying.
Yeah.
Just the helplessness and the fear, because it's like, oh fuck, I do have a fever.
Yeah.
Am I sick?
Mm-hmm.
Like this really bothered me.
Yeah. Well, even that, look at it from her point of view too. I'm a doctor. I'm strapped to this fucking thing.
Yeah.
You guys don't want to listen to me.
Yeah.
I'm pregnant. What the fuck?
And they're like, go to sleep.
Yeah.
But elsewhere, David wakes up on the floor in the back of a large cattle truck, surrounded by townsfolk who apparently passed their temperature check and or were also knocked out after trying to rescue their wives. It isn't clear.
No.
I was surprised to see them kind of just free.
Yeah. Taken to a different location entirely?
Yeah.
But it is kind of funny because they really did knock him out.
I think that for the character that David is, he needed to be knocked out to be taken away from
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
from Judy and
yeah.
not trying to go after her. Because we'll see in a minute.
But David pulls himself up to peer through the slatted walls, the bright lights of emergency vehicles pouring in as the truck pulls to a stop. Thoughtful piano plays as the doors are pulled open by the military, and David steps out of the bed, surveying his surroundings and searching past soldiers and citizenry to discover that he's been taken to a large truck stop. People chatter incessantly around him as he makes his way through the crowd in the congested parking lot, guided forward by an evac soldier played by Sean Lynch. But the townsfolk are fitted for green wristbands with barcodes, and each are given a dispensation card, which a soldier explains the purpose of over a bullhorn, warning them not to lose it, as they won't be allowed back onto their respective buses without it. David continues forward, glancing over to a quaint convenience store adjacent to the gas station, the front of it lined with ambulances and emergency vehicles. I will say there is a very cool moment here set up with watching this wristband be tied on to one of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And I am very disappointed at the way that they handle it later.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it does set up for a really cool moment of just, if you've been paying attention.
Yeah.
But then, screenwriting. We'll get to it. But when we return to the quarantine zone at the high school, we enter a repurposed classroom, which is sectioned off by hanging plastic curtains. Inside lie several rows of examination tables, each table occupied by a person with an elevated temperature who's been strapped to it by what appears to be seat belts. As several medical personnel in their white hazmat suits inspect these individuals, we watch as some of them shake while others convulse, drool, and gurgle blood, all under the watchful eye of a man in the corner who wears a black hazmat suit and is armed with an assault rifle. But at the end of the row rests Judy, who is still knocked out from her unfortunate and unnecessary anesthetization. But suddenly, an alarm begins to blare, causing Judy to stir and her eyes to open slowly. In a view through the window, we watch as the soldiers fire upon a fast-approaching truck, which speeds toward the fenced-in enclosure housing several dozen locals. As it smashes through the barrier, a few men push the doors open, and we see what appears to be the insignia of the fire department on the truck's red doors. The men, led by Tom, the fire chief, exchange fire with the military personnel as Judy watches through the windows, and though they sustain a few casualties, they're able to overtake the military with the help of the crowd of locals, who subdue a few stragglers before forcing their way to the fence, toppling it over. A sea of people pour through the new opening as a voice sounds over the radios. They're trying to get out. The fence has been breached. They've escaped. I repeat, they've escaped the enclosure. So I just have a couple of questions here. Firstly, these people that are herded in these fences,
Right.
are they potential crazies? Because I thought we were taking the crazies into this classroom.
Yeah.
So they're enclosed. Why? Are they just gathered and kept?
Maybe it was like a low-grade fever.
Oh, okay.
They're like,
We'll
they're
see.
free range. We'll keep an eye on them. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, that is weird because they do have them in here on some gas or something, whatever they give them or whatever they're doing in here with them. But
Yeah.
then they're outside hanging out. I don't.
Unless there's just too many of the townsfolk, because it's what, like 1,300 people?
But but even that, we got wristbands and got let out.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? Why are you still there and they're here? What?
Maybe it is. You're like, well, it was a 99 degree.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep an eye on it.
And the other thing, first of all, hell yeah, fire chief.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. But is he crazy?
Oh, see, I was going to say, we're talking about community, hon.
Yeah.
We're taking care of each other.
Yes,
But
yes.
if they're crazy, I mean, maybe
don't
not.
I did want to talk about the production designer very quickly.
Okay.
There's a guy called Andrew Menzies, and he actually worked with Eisner on a pilot for Fox that wasn't picked up.
Oh.
And so when Eisner got this gig, he remembered him and brought him in.
Oh, I love that.
But he had talked about turning the high school into a containment zone and kind of wanting to stay away from what other films have done in the past, but also making it dynamic and film worthy.
Mm-hmm.
Eisner had said that a lot of different films that featured something like this, it is very detailed and like very difficult to believe that someone could put this up in the span of 24 hours.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But this one, that was their goal, is to say, how would they respond with such limited time, and where would they do it? How would they do it?
Yeah.
And so they actually talked to the CDC.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
And they gave them basically what their protocol would be and how it would be handled, and so they could maintain that accuracy.
Okay.
I think that's a really cool extra step to take.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because it's like, yeah, I don't know about where anybody else lives, but we're not necessarily prepared for this shit to happen tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But back at the truck stop, David locates Kevin, the town planner, through the crowd, asking him where his wife is, only to find out that she's been taken, just like Judy. As Kevin recounts all the other people that he knows who were taken, David watches as the distraught mother from the tent tearfully reunites with her very young son, who I guess was just walking around out here. They just like,
I was like, well,
"Get outta
thank
here."
God, but also, that's terrible.
Yeah, that gave me a little hope.
yes, I will say the same, because I was like, okay, well then they weren't fucking lying.
Right,
True,
right.
yeah.
But after witnessing this, David is filled to the brim with resolve, and he tells Kevin with stone certainty that he's going back for Judy. Kevin is doubtful at David's idea, sharing that the military has the entire town sealed off with roadblocks on every highway. And even more shocking, Kevin reveals that a guy called Tim Mitchell tried to run one, and the military shot him dead. His entire family, too. He insists that this, right here, might be David's only chance, pleading with him not to squander it all on some fool's errand. David takes umbrage at this, asking, "Judy's a fool's errand?" Kevin relents, just insisting that David knows what he means. But as David spies an opening through the parked military vehicles, he shoots back. "Tell you what, Kevin, don't ask me why I can't leave without my wife, and I won't ask you why you can."
That part.
Yeah.
The whole time this guy was talking, I was like, he is super chill for somebody who's
Yeah. He's like, they're giving us sandwiches and stuff too, dude. It's like really good. I mean, like brisket and stuff. It's real good. It's like, dude, you are focused on the wrong shit.
Yeah.
When he said fool's errand, I was like, oh, so you hate your wife?
Yeah.
He's like, no, dude, this is our chance. You know how your wife and my wife are like, they're bitches?
Damn.
I was like, what are we doing?
Could you imagine a reality where you have just been taken away from your partner and you're just okay?
They said to go this way.
Yeah.
Well,
That's just insanity.
yeah, I don't understand. I was like, dude.
The whole time he was talking, I was like, he did say that his
Yeah.
wife.
Yeah.
Did I mishear that?
I mean, priorities.
Yes. Now more about that brisket sandwich.
Yeah. Does it have pickles? But from across the parking lot, a passing truck obscures our view of David, and after it drives by, there's a vacant spot in the line next to Kevin where David, also known as Batman, once stood. I don't know how he did that. There's literally a military man walking the line patrolling the entire area.
Yeah.
He steps where David was not even a second after the truck passes. But fuck, dude.
Batman.
I don't know.
Like they didn't take my Gatling hook or whatever.
Oh, there he goes. He's gone.
But back at the high school, the halls are flooded with military personnel who signal for their team to evacuate. The soldier guarding the quarantine classroom rallies the medical team, alerting them with urgency that the Crazies have breached the containment area.
Roll credits.
Indeed. He shouts that the military are pulling out and that they've got to get out of here. Outside, a fleet of helicopters take flight from the athletic field, soldiers firing upon townsfolk who charge at them, attempting to swarm with rabid ferocity, only to be shot dead as the soldiers ascend to the sky. David, however, has snuck his way back into town proper, entering the sheriff's department and sneaking in through the back entrance to rush his way to a weapons cabinet. He discovers, to his dismay, that it's been emptied. He then glances backward into the holding cell to discover Bill Farnham parked in the corner on the floor, his blackened blood and brains splattered against the wall, seemingly by a soldier's bullet when the town was taken over. So he's not getting that transfer.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's out the window.
To heaven, I guess. But with no time to even think about it, David crosses over to his office, kneeling behind his desk and reaching into its drawers to discover a small lockbox, which he opens with a key on his chain. Inside, he finds a black revolver, but as he lifts it out of the box, he hears rapid footsteps approaching from outside the hall. He reaches frantically for a single bullet, loading it as fast as he can and whipping the chamber shut to aim his newfound firearm at Russell. His deputy stands in the doorway of the office with his shotgun racked and at the ready, but their reunion is short-lived as through the window behind David's desk, Russell spots a vehicle speeding down the road with its headlights beaming. As the men seek cover on the office floor, the vehicle screeches a sharp left turn, continuing onward down the main street, none the wiser to their presence inside of the department building. And this, to me, looked like that Suburban.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's also kind of funny to me that things barely went south and they're like, we got to get the fuck out of here. Like they're gone. But as the men load their weapons properly, David asks how Russell was able to escape the quarantine zone, with Russell explaining that Tom Ellis ran his pickup through the fence, and in the chaos, he was able to run off into the field with the others. But as he loads the last shell into his shotgun, Russell reveals that Judy was still inside. David explains that Judy isn't sick and that she's been running a fever all month because she's pregnant. Russell, seemingly unaware of this fact, proclaims with a surprised smile that it's about time. But with that, he signs on for David's plan to rescue Judy, racking his shotgun with a who fucking ya. But for some reason, David seems to eye Russell suspiciously for a moment before snagging his revolver and exiting the station. It was like a split second, but I was like, what about that was weird?
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking, wow, Russell will do all this to help my wife, and that dude would do that.
It's like, I got stuff to tell you about Kevin Miller. We can talk on the way. But the high school lies in the midst of ruins, the burned and abandoned quarantine zone littering the surrounding area. But inside, Judy struggles against her restraints on her examination table. The unbridled cackling of a boy, played by Adam Dingeman, echoes from across the room. But as Judy glances around, she discovers a familiar face through the captive crowd. Becca, her employee from the clinic. And I will say, I guess this is another example of like this virus hitting different for different people. Because I guess for this boy, it's just to be annoying.
Yeah, I was like, you're going to need to fucking stop.
Yeah, dude. Things are dire.
On behalf of everybody else in this room.
But Judy calls out to her, asking if she's hurt, and Becca can only respond in disbelief, asking if all of this is really happening. Judy just assures her that everything will be all right, but Becca doubts if Judy really believes this. But the pair are interrupted by a loud metallic scraping sound emanating from the hallway and dragging closer and closer. Judy implores Becca to be quiet, and we watch through the rustling plastic sheets as a figure darkens the doorway to the classroom. Silhouetted in the dark, the figure drags a pitchfork across the ground, its sharp tines scraping across the tiles as he stalks past the opposite side of the dividers until he finds an opening and pushes his way through. And there, his face and white button-up shirt stained in blood, is Ben Sanborn, the high school principal.
Yeah, you could tell he had some shit brewing when we saw him earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't expect this. And I think the pitchfork is kind of synonymous with the Crazies. I know that that's the, the imagery that you think of. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna downplay how fucked up this is.
Yeah.
But I did think we would see more pitchfork.
We see a lot of pitchfork. Here.
Yeah, right here.
I mean, I guess if you're going to point it to, like, what's the most iconic scene in the film, it would have to be this one, right?
Yeah, they should have put a car wash on the
On the cover.
It's a different movie.
Yeah.
I do like this, though. This little him coming in and the scraping,
Yes.
it really reminded me of Pyramid Head. It just
Yeah.
the shadow, hearing that. My only note was this isn't great. Like, hearing that, it's like, fuck.
Fucking Pyramid Head Rhoda Mitchell's like, again?
Yeah. Yeah. Can't get away.
out.
But before we dive into this next very suspenseful sequence, I did want to talk a little bit about the cinematographer.
Okay.
It's a guy called Maxime Alexandre, and he is very well known for working with Alexandra Aja in projects that he directs and produces, films like the remake of Maniac,
Okay.
High Tension,
Okay.
Annabelle Creation,
Okay.
The Nun. We're getting away from Aja, but
yeah.
but these are all films that we've covered.
Yeah.
And 6 episodes of Bly Manor.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I like him.
Yeah.
But I was very surprised to learn that he wasn't even intended to be the cinematographer of this film.
Huh.
What happened was he was in town for another meeting, and he kind of accidentally met with Eisner. And Eisner was a huge fan of High Tension, and so he was like, hey, here's what we're looking to do, and right basically on the spot was hired.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
But I think one of the strengths of this film is how a lot of sequences are shot, like the one we're about to see.
Right.
But something that was really interesting to me about this set is that originally it did not include the plastic sheeting. And so it was just this wide open space, and they realized that it just was not working. And so they were like, hey, why don't we go to the store and get this like $50 plastic sheet to hang over the place? And it changed everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just these small tweaks and improvisations, you suddenly have moments like this, like these really cool shots, spying the silhouette through the sheets, watching him stalk past but not knowing who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it changed everything, and it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
But Ben darts his eyes across the rows of captive townsfolk strapped to their tables before setting his eyes on a babbling teen played by Megan Hensley. Her incessant whispers, possibly a solemn prayer, draw Ben in, closer to her, until he stands at her bedside with ire in his eyes. Blood trickles from the sharp points of his pitchfork as he raises it upward, and without a moment of hesitation, drives it deep into the girl's stomach. The tines pierce through her gut as he forces the tool deeper until it tears through the sheet beneath her, raining her blood onto the white tiles below. Judy and Becca jolt in silent terror as the teen gasps her last dying breaths, and Ben rips the pitchfork free from her body, dragging it with him over to the cackling boy. His mad laughter escapes him, once again inspiring Ben's fury as he raises the pitchfork, bringing it down several times into his stomach, spilling his blood until his snickering ceases. Becca whimpers at the sight of this second murder, her muffled cry catching the attention of Ben, who stalks his way over to her gurney. Becca sobs, strapped in, begging for Principal Sanborn not to do this to her, to just let her go. The score pulses tensely as he approaches her, his eyes shimmering in the low light as he lifts his sharp weapon upward. But before he can bring it down, Judy screams, "No!" from across the room, gaining his full attention as the score shrieks. Realizing the full severity of what she's done, Judy gasps, "Oh shit."
She's like, now you do it for me.
See, this is what I'm saying. He lowers his pitchfork and he starts making his way over. Let's just keep doing this.
Yeah. We'll
You
just
scream,
ping-pong
I'll
them.
scream, we all scream for But as he stalks closer and closer to Judy, Becca begs for him not to hurt her as she writhes against her restraints, the tension mounting as the score pulses and the principal reaches Judy's bedside. But just as he raises his pitchfork, a bullet tears through Ben's chest. As he collapses to the floor, Judy discovers David standing in the doorway with his revolver drawn, flanked by Russell, the pair rushing inside to free her from her straps.
He stalked their whole life on the boardwalk. No, this is the point where I'm like, okay, this movie really loves the nick of time save.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it continues to. But I was just like, that did get a little bit repetitive because they're going to be okay. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you're doing the dice move too much where everything is lost and then, everything's fine because Russell and David showed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think too the whole it was kind of telegraphed because she is pregnant. He is going and stabbing them, and it's like, well, you're not doing that.
Right.
You're not going to do that. Somebody's going to come. I hope you're not doing that. It's like somebody's going to come save you.
Yeah.
And he does.
He does.
Well, and they kept watching him do it and screaming, and I'm like, maybe we stop watching.
Yeah.
Maybe you just close your eyes. What, lie back and think of England or something? I don't know.
I think my thing, like, it's exactly as you're saying, where it does get to the point where it's like, oh, this is the only move you have.
Yeah.
This is, like, I think the second time that they've done it in the film so far.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why this sequence remains successful.
Okay.
Because we haven't gotten to that point yet where, like, oh, you just don't fucking have anything else.
Yeah. No, this was the moment where I'm like, okay, I'm sensing a pattern here. But still, at no point did I think that Judy was about to
Oh,
get
no.
Yeah,
murdered.
No. It's too early.
Yeah.
But Judy sobs as she's lifted up, David holding her by her shoulders as he asks if she's okay. Through shaky breaths, Judy answers honestly, "No, not really." I thought that was pretty funny.
I mean, it's not a great question.
No. You just saw what was going on in here.
Are you okay?
But she pushes past David to tend to Becca, unbuckling her restraints and embracing her as she sits up. But Russell stands with David in the background, his eyes tracing their grisly surroundings as he asks his superior what their next move is. David suggests that they head back to Quick Phil's truck stop on the 35, noting that they're putting people on buses and getting them out of here. Russell accepts this assignment, but as he, David, Judy, and Becca exit the school, their eyes crawl across the abandoned quarantine site, watching as an elderly woman, played by Elizabeth Barrett, wanders aimlessly through the piles of bodies, earnestly asking each corpse, "Did Peter call?" This is heartbreaking.
So fucking sad.
But surprisingly, Russell laments, "That's gonna be me." He's promptly scolded by David, who comments that they have enough problems right now without him inventing new ones. Russell retorts that that's easy for David to say. He's at the end of the pipeline, while Russell is a half a mile from the Farnhams. The steam rising from their every word in the cold, David asks Russell, "Who's the sheriff? Who's the sheriff of Pierce County?" And upon being told by Russell that he is, David adds, "And who's the deputy?" After Russell confirms that he is, David reminds him of the balance of power. The deputy does what the sheriff tells him, and right now, David is telling Russell that he's not getting sick. His ragged breaths escaping into the night air as he watches the lonely woman question the dead in the parking lot. Russell sincerely hopes that David is right. He admits that he's no world beater, but he had plans for his life. Somber music surrounds the four of them as they continue onward, finding their way to the center of the downtown area. It's obviously very sad, of course, to see this woman wandering the parking lot.
Yeah.
It's very upsetting to see Russell just resign to his fate like that.
Yeah.
I would like one more thing before this, instead of Russell just being like, "That's going to be me." Let's have a moment where he had fear of it before or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The way that I took it, and just a sidebar, as a person who frequently invents her own problems, that's not an invented problem.
No.
Like this is happening.
Yeah.
I interpreted it as they had a mission to save Judy.
Uh-huh.
They've saved her. Now there is a moment of reflection because the mission is accomplished. This part of it anyway. And it's like, oh, you need to remember he escaped when they drove that truck in. He was brought here.
True.
So if the people outside were also brought here because of an elevated temperature or whatever the free range people are, I'm sure it's a moment of, oh, fuck. Like, we just killed the principal because he's all fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
This lady, it could be me. I'm supposed to be one of the quarantined people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's how I took it.
No, I
And
gotcha.
I did like this moment of David. Like, I can see how it's kind of like maybe like the pulling rank thing. He does do a lot, but this moment of grounding him and being like, look, we're not fucking doing that. Like, you're fine. You're going to be fine, because I would be fucking spiraling.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think my thing, whenever they meet up at the sheriff's department,
Mm-hmm.
I think that him telling the whole story, Tom bashed through the fucking fence or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I want a moment of him being like, he was there. His temperature was spiked. Maybe there is a moment of fear,
Right.
Okay.
but we don't hear from it. Maybe he was very focused on this mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, David, give me my orders.
But through the flickering flames, we spy Judy and Becca, who is now wearing Russell's coat, flanked on either side by the sheriff and the deputy. After pausing for a moment when an alarm rings distantly through the darkness, David implores the group onward, the camera finding them in a wide shot as they march through the smoldering debris, in a shot very reminiscent of the beginning of the film, in which we saw the ruins of Ogden Marsh. So here's your answer.
Yeah.
Fishbulb.
Yes. I was thinking it already.
But as they continue down the road, they peer into an alley where two uncredited paramedics cackle, the pair taking turns punching a dumpster. This is an odd sight to see.
It is.
I thought personally, because it seems like every other person in this film is taking it to a violent place,
Right.
I assumed somebody's in that fucking dumpster.
Yeah, so did I.
According to the director, there's nobody in that dumpster. This is just them just like letting off steam.
Letting off steam.
Okay.
Well, the Crazies raises that temperature, man. I mean, I don't know.
That doesn't seem very crazy in that kind of way.
No, but I mean, if that's the case, then I guess we're safe. Let's just keep walking.
Yeah.
He seems really busy with that dumpster.
But David spies a red GMC truck, instructing Russell to check it out to see if they can get inside. But after Russell discovers that the door is locked, he also finds that the front tire is booted. Even more alarming, though, as they scan the area, David realizes that every parked vehicle in the vicinity has been fitted for a large orange boot as well. That's fucking thorough.
Yes!
Like, if anybody gets away.
Yeah.
But Russell races down the line, finally discovering a beaten-down truck at the far end that hasn't been booted. And once he alerts the rest of the group, they rush to meet him. But David stops dead in his tracks when he sees fresh blood dripping from the top of the truck's tailgate. He calmly keeps Judy and Becca at bay as he tells Russell to get out of the truck. Russell insists that he just needs a second longer to hotwire it, but before he can complete his task, a shot rings out nearby, prompting David to guide Judy and Becca across the street, where they seek cover behind another parked truck, with Russell finally joining them, sinking to the asphalt and aiming his shotgun underneath the vehicle into the alley across the street. From the alley echoes the voices of Red, Nathan, and Jesse, the hunters from earlier,
Yeah.
who antagonize an uncredited man, enjoying the hunt as they encourage him to run for his life. As he races injured toward the truck that our group is hidden behind, Nathan fires a sure shot through his spine, the man's blood splattering against the passenger side window as he crumbles to the ground, dead. The hunters hoot and holler, Nathan bragging about his shot, and Red spouting over and over, "Oh yeah! Oh yeah!" So he's always wanted to be the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah.
That's his crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's very crazy. But Jesse comments that this kill is going to dress up real nice as they drag him back toward their truck across the street. Russell eyes them silently from under cover, but David watches them through the driver's side window as they reach their vehicle, opening the tailgate and pulling free a tarp that covers the truck bed. Underneath, they reveal a pile of murdered townsfolk, adding their fresh kill to the heap of humanity. David's eyes close somberly at the sight of the slain citizenry, dipping down lower to spy the hunter's truck as they gather inside jovially, reversing and speeding away into the night. I thought hunting season was over. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I honestly couldn't believe that. I think, and it's so crazy. I love the reveal of it all, where it's like it wasn't just them hunting this one dude. They've been doing this all night.
Yeah. I knew when I seen the truck, I was like, oh, it's the fishing guys, I bet.
Yeah.
Fishing.
Yeah. It's the most dangerous game, right?
Yeah.
So I've heard. But Judy, Becca, and Russell rise to their feet, David's disdain and disgust registering plainly on his face as the truck turns down a distant road. Russell remarks that it'll be a hell of a walk to Quick Phil's, but David remembers that he has an old cruiser on blocks back at their farmhouse. Russell is surprised to learn that that piece of shit still runs, but he admits that it's pretty difficult to boot a car with no wheels. David notes that it's 7 miles to his place, but Russell retorts that it's only 5 miles if they cut through the McGregor farm, and another 20 to Quick Phil's from there.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's only 5.
Only 5.
David turns to check in on Judy, who gives her blessing to this new plan, and Russell eagerly leads the way. Later that night, we find the group walking across sprawling farmland, beneath the towering structure of an irrigation sprinkler as the soft chords plod pensively in the score. Judy reveals that at the high school, they took her blood and ran at least one test that she saw. She worries that the reason they didn't let her go is because she has it. David insists that she's pregnant, which explains her fever that set off the military. But Judy, an actual medical doctor, scoffs, reminding her husband that they can't know for sure.
He's like, babe, I think I know a thing or two about a fever, all right? About diagnoses and whatnot.
I've been to WebMD a few times.
He's the sheriff.
Yes.
I'm the sheriff.
And David is certain that he can be sure. But as they cross through the tall grass, David adds that if Judy is sick, he's sick too. They drank from the same tap. He concludes that he isn't sick, and none of them are. See, now it's starting to feel like denial.
Yeah, I mean, but I get it.
Because I got to hang out with you guys?
No, we got to
we got to keep going. Yeah. I got to hang out. I'm fine.
Yeah. So are you guys. Let's go.
I was like, I guess this is one of the few upsides we have living in a town with undrinkable tap water.
Yeah.
So we'd be fine.
Yeah. Just shower with your mouth closed.
Yeah.
But when David senses Judy's doubts, he stops her, holding her by the shoulders, and with direct eye contact, he states certainly that they're going to get through this. But in the distance, Becca gasps as she notices lights illuminating the area around the McGregor farmhouse, and she takes off running. David stands puzzled, but Judy understands. Scotty McGregor is Judy's boyfriend. David seethes in annoyance, ordering Russell to stop Becca, which he snaps to do. But David turns to Judy, complaining that they don't have time for this. Judy, though, reminds her husband that he had time for her. David seems to understand, though he still looks really pissed off.
Well, he's like, but I'm the sheriff.
Scotty's a pitcher or something.
He's probably infected anyway.
Yeah, just leave him.
But Russell leads the way, clearing the area as he beckons Becca and the Duttons to follow. Russell assumes the place to be deserted, but Becca still calls out to her beau with hope in her heart. And as the group reaches the barn door, they find Scotty, who leaps out, aiming his rifle at them. Russell responds in kind with his shotgun, and despite Becca's begging and pleading, Scotty shouts that he'll blow their heads off if they come any closer. Fuck it, let's go.
Yeah. That's
Fuck
the
him.
difference. That's why we don't have time for this.
100%.
I went back for you. I didn't point a gun at you.
No.
Yeah.
I untied your restraints. Let's go, honey. This dude's like, get back.
Yeah. It's like, no, we are going to talk about this later.
Yeah.
For sure.
We're done.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But Russell implores him to put his gun down as Becca insists that they're fine. Becca speaks from a place of certainty, but Scotty doesn't know. He inches his way forward, exiting the barn, and the second he does, a stealthy David raises his revolver to point at the teenager's head, prompting him to finally lower his rifle. Scotty apologizes to the group, insisting that he had to be sure. And as David lowers his revolver and gets a hand on Scotty's weapon, the sheriff retorts that that's a two-way street. Becca rushes for Scotty, embracing her boyfriend as he apologizes to her for their little standoff. But Judy asks where Scotty's mom is, learning that she's inside the farmhouse, gathering supplies for a walk. But Becca breathes that David has a car and that the McGregors can come with them. I'm like,
Hold on.
I don't remember any of this. But David steps away from the group, eyeing the farmhouse suspiciously, and after a moment of observation, he orders everyone into the barn. Not a second after they gather inside and close the door, does a soldier round the exterior corner of the building, the light at the end of his weapon beaming brightly right at us.
So I was a little confused. You guys fucking ditched us when someone knocked on the door earlier at the school and took
True.
off.
Yeah.
You came back to what?
See, and again, I agree completely. I'm very confused by this because they ditched. We saw that fucking vehicle screeching through the night.
Yeah.
You're evacuating, but you're also clearing areas?
Yeah, I thought that was the last they all jumped in helicopters and took off.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're back.
Which is a really funny escape.
Yeah, it really is.
They're like, oh shit, we forgot to check that one farmhouse.
Let's send like
They
5 of
went
us
back.
back. But the group watches through the slats of the barn as the soldier is not only joined by the rest of his unit, but 2 large Humvees which drive through the dirt to park in front of the farmhouse. The soldiers breach the front entrance, promptly discovering and removing Mrs. McGregor, played by Marion Green. I do want to say I saw on IMDb that Marion Green is a stunt performer.
Okay.
And she's been doing stunts since 1980 to present day.
Hell yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah.
There was some wild credits too, like stuff like The Terminator,
Mm-hmm.
Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, wow.
She was a stunt driver on Seinfeld.
Okay.
That's a little more tame.
But it's just like, that's unbelievable.
That's really cool.
But Mrs. McGregor is dragged onto the front lawn, and Russell has to hold Scotty back from bursting out of the barn. But when a man in a hazmat suit crosses through the crowd of soldiers to test Mrs. McGregor's tympanic temperature, his thermometer begins to beep incessantly. As soon as it does, Scotty tears the barn door open, racing toward his mother and the soldiers with his hands up. But before he can offer a word or an explanation, a soldier blasts him with a rifle, lifting him off of his feet to clatter dead to the dirt. Becca clasps her hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp, and as Mrs. McGregor rushes across the lawn to the body of her son, the soldier fires again, this time right into her back. She crumbles to the ground next to Scotty, while in the barn, Judy buries her face into David's shoulder. We watch as a soldier approaches the bodies, a canister strapped to his back as he aims a flamethrower, fire exploding from the nozzle and engulfing the McGregors. As their bodies burn brightly in the night, the squad commander orders his men to perform a complete sweep of the area.
So we understand now more than ever the importance of laying low and shutting the fuck up.
We just watched.
Yeah.
Yeah. What we've just seen, no screaming, no gasping, lay down, cover yourself with some hay. I don't give a fuck what you have to do. Like, that told us everything we need to know.
It is very, like, I understand again about the taking the temperature and then it's like, okay, quarantine, whatever.
Yeah.
There was no quarantine. It was just, oh no, you're just done.
And it does surprise me as well because you're exactly right. Why even fuck around and pretend with the temperature if you think you're all alone?
Yeah.
Like the second you saw Scotty, you just blasted him.
Yeah.
So why didn't you just, like, I don't know. I don't know. Kind of losing some of the logic here. But after hearing this order, David responds swiftly, instructing Judy to take Becca to the back of the barn while he and Russell wait at the entrance. They stand in silence as a soldier slowly approaches the barn door, and at David's nod, he and Russell incapacitate him, dragging him stealthily to the back of the barn to join Judy and Becca. They disarm him, throwing him to the ground, and with Russell's shotgun aimed at his head, David unmasks him. David's hand cinched firmly around his throat, Private Billy Babcock, played by Joe Regan, begs for Russell not to shoot, pleading not to be killed. Becca, fury and grief rising within her, demands to know how Babcock could do what he did to the McGregors, and when Judy is able to restrain her, David begins his interrogation. He threatens that if he makes a sound louder than a whisper, he will kill him. Babcock just shudders as he nods, but David's first question is, what was that? Which is fair.
Yeah. Yes.
Babcock trembles that it was orders, but insists that whoever gives them, he doesn't know. David calls bullshit and demands to know what's going on. Babcock just explains that all he knows is that there's been some kind of accident, that his whole unit was flown in, and that they didn't even know what state they were in until they saw all the license plates.
That's fucking terrifying.
Yes.
I'm following orders. I don't know where I'm at, but you're okay with killing fucking civilians?
Yeah.
No
What the
questions
fuck?
asked.
Yeah.
Until you're fucking kidnapped or whatever.
Yeah.
David shushes the soldier when he notices members of Babcock's unit entering the front entrance of the barn. As he aims his revolver in their direction and Russell follows his superior, Babcock worries that he's going to die without his mask on. Judy asks if that's what they told him, that if he took it off he was going to die. But Babcock answers that they just insisted that he keep it on. Tears filling his eyes, Babcock acknowledges that he knows he doesn't deserve any favors, but he promises that if they let him go, he won't say a word. Russell forces Babcock back down when he tries to sit up, but David realizes with the unit approaching, they need the soldiers' help. He orders Russell to stand down before he approaches Babcock with honesty and sincerity. In hushed tones, he introduces his group to the soldier, sharing that he's a sheriff, Russell is his deputy, Judy is a doctor, and she's pregnant, and Becca isn't even 18. Russell seethes that when Babcock blabs, the whole unit will find them, but David disregards his deputy, insisting that if they don't let Babcock go, his unit will find them for sure. Returning his attention to the soldier, David adds, besides, he's not gonna blab, and Babcock breathes "No, sir." David returns his mask and his helmet to him and orders Russell to return his weapon, which he does reluctantly, immediately lifting his shotgun to aim at Babcock. As the soldier reaches his feet, his voice whispers through his mask, "Sorry about your folks' town."
I was so uneasy about this.
Yes.
Him departing, I'm just like, I swear to God, if you say a fucking word. But it's like, if he does, it's too late anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly, while you're doing this whole conversation with your unit, we're going to slink out the back. Like, we're not going to stay here.
I will, and I'm like, this conversation / interrogation is going on for a really long time. Everyone's like, where's Babcock?
But David aims his revolver as Babcock rushes forward to meet another soldier played by Jeremy Ambler, startling him. When asked if there are any crazies back there, Babcock hesitates for a moment as the tension rises before he finally answers, "No, all clear." And with that, his comrade alerts him that the military is pulling back to the perimeter, and the pair exit the barn, rejoining their unit to vacate. After they're gone, our group crosses over to the farmhouse, smoke rising from the smoldering bodies of the McGregors as Russell holds a sobbing Becca to his chest. Judy laments that if what Babcock said is true, then this disease has gone airborne, and David just replies that they have to keep going.
David's like, I don't really think you know what you're talking about. I'm the sheriff. No, I'm just kidding. For me, when he said that, like, they were just like strongly advising them to keep their masks on and stuff, I thought it was like, and again, this is the other thing that I was like, I would love if we leaned a little more into, like fear mongering.
Yes.
I thought it was to kind of dehumanize the people of this town, because it's like, look, if you even breathe the same air as them,
You're done.
You're dead. So the way that they killed Scotty, killed his mom, that's what I thought the mentality was, is like, oh no, everybody down here is a threat. I mean, that kind of conflicts with the whole quarantine thing that they had going on, but that's how I took it, is like, I don't know that that's gospel, that it's airborne, because I took it as, oh no, these people are poison. Like,
right.
They just need to be eradicated.
Yeah.
That's how I would have taken it as well. And it was surprising that she's just like, well, everything he said was true.
Yeah. Well, she's like, as a doctor, just constantly having to prove herself.
Yeah.
Air means airborne, which means we're fucked, you
Yeah.
know? I just didn't believe that was the truth when he said it. I thought that it was like propaganda.
Yeah, it almost sounded like that. Like he was just like, that's what they told us.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, so you don't know.
It's just like, we want you afraid of them. We don't want you to be able to be talked into reconsidering what needs to be done. That's how I took it.
Do you remember that episode of Black Mirror where
Yes.
Wasn't it like it was some implant that made the soldiers perceive civilians as monsters?
Yeah.
That's kind of exactly
Yeah.
where I'm thinking that if you tell them that, then they're just like, everybody.
Yeah, because it's a lot easier if this is the goal for them to go and do this, if it is also for self-preservation, and you're like, oh, well, these people are going to die anyway, rather than, oh, these are people. This is a sheriff and a teenage girl and a deputy and a pregnant doctor. It's like, no, they're dying anyway, and they're going to kill me if I don't kill them.
And I feel like that would have been a little more biting with the social commentary.
Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, we're getting into some shit here, and then we really don't.
Nah.
So it's like, oh, maybe this is airborne now. I don't fucking know. I'm not the doctor or the sheriff.
But the next morning, we find the group walking in the dead center of a long road, which does not seem wise to me at all.
No. I was like, what are they, the fucking devil's rejects? Why are we walking like that?
But they finally reach the Duttons' property, crossing a massive field of wheat to reach the farmhouse proper. We pan across David's burned out, booted, and beaten down police cruiser to settle on the four of them in the backyard. Judy rushes for a nearby clothesline, loosening the pins to collect the dried towels that hang there. At this action, Russell just whisks Becca away to get the old cruiser up and running in the shed, leaving David to check in on Judy, stopping her frantic collection of the dried laundry.
Her collecting that laundry was extremely sad.
Yeah. It's this desperate grasp at normalcy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Judy just breathes. It's perfect. It's a perfect, beautiful morning, and this is our home. David caresses her shoulder as she adds, this is where we were going to raise our baby. David insists that they can still do all of those things, but a defeated Judy reminds her husband that everyone they know is dead. This town is dead, and it's never coming back. She then tosses the towels into the dirt. But in the shed, Russell removes the tarp from the dusty old cruiser. He lets loose a whistle, declaring, "Fuck yeah!" And he enlists Becca's help in finding a toolbox as he gathers the tires for the vehicle.
I was relieved too, because when we rocked up and that burned out car was there, I thought that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And so, which makes no sense because he said it didn't have wheels, but I was like, fuck, they already got to it.
They put wheels on it and then they fucked them up. There was a very small moment whenever they saw the movement in the shed.
Yeah.
He's checking it and you do see a car tarped.
Yeah, okay.
So I was like, okay, well, at least.
Yeah.
And something else they had mentioned on commentary that it didn't register, but I thought it would be a cool detail. Apparently, this is David's dad's cruiser because he used to be the sheriff.
Okay.
That's funny because John Paul was saying that he seems really young.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I was like, you know those towns where it's like, oh, my dad was the sheriff, now I'm the sheriff, so I was right.
Yeah, but I would have liked to know that.
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah, it's not here at all.
No,
No.
not have to listen to the commentary track.
Yeah.
But inside the farmhouse, Judy changes her clothes and packs a bag upstairs. She steps out into the hall, but before she can descend the steps, she takes a moment to peek into what was meant to be the nursery. She rubs her stomach, telling her unborn child that this was going to be their room. But as she approaches the crib, touching the mobile and prompting its melodic chimes, the camera pans just a little to the right, where a dingy and bloody Peggy Hamill stands stoic in the corner of the room.
I loved this.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because we cut away just as fast, just long enough for you to be like, fuck.
Mhm.
I will say this is the second move that they have because it comes up once more.
True.
But as Russell twists the tire iron in the shed, tightening the lug nuts in place, David gathers medical supplies on the bottom floor of the farmhouse. But when he hears the soft chime of a lullaby emanating from upstairs, he ascends the steps to collect Judy. Finding the door to the nursery closed, he knocks before entering the room, acknowledging that he knows this is hard, but they have to keep moving. But as soon as the door swings open, he finds Judy tied to a chair and muffling tearfully against the gag in her mouth. Peggy worked fast. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Well, I'm like, how long has she been here? Because
Yeah.
they weren't even home and they had to walk like 5 miles and they had that run-in with the military at the barn. Like, they could have been here for a while.
Yeah.
That's true. They're just eating their food. Like, but David's eyes widen and he reaches for his revolver. But before he can grasp it, Kurt Hamill seizes him from behind, cinching a rope around his throat. As they clatter to the floor, David's revolver slides away from him, just out of reach. His fingers almost gracing the grip of the gun, a knife is suddenly stabbed through the back of his hand by Peggy, pinning him to the floor. Peggy snags the sheriff's revolver, crossing over to the other side of the room as Kurt glances back at her, blood pouring from his nose and veins branching across his pale face. Peggy looks down at the weapon in her hands, realizing that this was the gun that killed Kurt's father. She then fires an errant shot into the wall, startling David and the captive Judy. As the mobile continues to spin, its soft song sung into the air, Judy cowers from an approaching Peggy. But David, struggling against Kurt, cries ragged for Judy's attention, admitting that he shot her husband and demanding that she look at him. As she pays him no mind, raising the gun to aim at Judy, David shouts, "Look at me, you crazy bitch!" This finally does the trick.
Yeah.
David continues that he fucking shot Rory. He did it. But when Peggy pulls the hammer back, David continues in more detail. Rory walked onto that field with a loaded shotgun, and he's glad that he did it. He screams that they should give him a fucking medal for finally killing the town drunk. It's like some of that's a little too
Yeah, dude.
a little too readily available on the brain and the tongue.
You didn't have to dig. You did not have to dig.
But adrenaline pumping through him, David lifts his hand from the floor, the knife rising with it from a pool of blood.
Ugh.
Peggy finally turns the gun on David, but as soon as she does, David lurches up, elbowing her son in the jaw and seizing his hand around Peggy's neck, sinking the blade of the knife into her throat. As she gags and chokes on her own blood, the crimson liquid sputtering from her lips, David reaches for the handle of the knife, pulling it painfully from her throat and out the back of his hand.
Okay. You used what you had, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we're like blood relatives, I'm gonna be okay, right?
I hope so.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
Yeah, there's a fucking open wound.
yeah, we're sharing it. So
Yeah.
That's actually hilarious because it's not even like explored.
No.
They're like airborne. I'm sure blood on blood contact is fine.
If I'm not mistaken, I think in the original, David is discovered to be immune.
Okay.
But that means nothing for our David.
Yeah.
And that would make a little more sense because he should start deteriorating pretty rapidly. We got it from drinking water.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And another thing, they did get it from the water.
Yeah.
The Hamill's house was the first one, but they were at the funeral home like...
They weren't feeling well.
weren't on the inside.
Yeah.
Maybe they just didn't drink as much water as Rory.
They're very dehydrated.
But as the mother collapses to the ground, she reveals her son, standing in wait behind her and aiming David's revolver. Before he can fire, a shot shatters through the window behind Kurt, catching him in the back and straight through the heart. Confused, David approaches the window, discovering Russell standing out front, aiming down the sight of Scotty's rifle. So,
Just in the nick of time. What a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the only thing that I can give this one is that maybe he heard that shot that Peggy fired.
Right.
But even so, the framing and the timing of everything.
There was a lot of, there was a lot of scuffling going on. I don't doubt that he could have heard it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, again, we're in this moment of, oh, they're done for. And it's like, oh, no, they're not.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew that they wouldn't be, you
No.
know?
But Judy cries against her restraints, David rushing to cut her free, favoring his wounded hand as he embraces his wife. But Becca rushes up the stairs to find the Hamill family dead on the floor, followed by Russell, who secures David's revolver from the dead hand of Kurt Hamill. Judy and Becca tend to David's hand with the help of his medicine bag, but when Peggy begins to gasp on the ground, Russell fires into her without hesitation before turning the gun on Kurt and firing 3 shots into his already dead body. David scolds his deputy as Judy and Becca eye him with suspicion, but Russell just states that he was only making sure as he hands the revolver back to David before exiting the farmhouse.
We all learned a lot from Scream.
Right?
And I don't fault Russell for this.
No?
But Russell, you can't be acting like that.
Not a good look.
He's scared. He was just making sure.
Yeah, but you got to be like, everything is pizza.
Uh-huh.
Everything is peaches and cream. I'm going to just, do a couple more rounds just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm happy. I'm thrilled. I'm so glad to be here with you guys.
Ask before.
Yeah.
Is it all right if if I shoot these things?
Did you guys ever see Scream?
But the group gathers outside, a scenic shot of the farmhouse beneath the bright blue sky, as Russell waits at the repaired cruiser parked out front. David and Judy ascend the front porch, eyeing Russell's pale face from a distance, and Judy says what we're all thinking. He's sick, David. But David is in denial, however, though they're promptly interrupted by Russell, who urges them onward, insisting that they have to get going. Becca sits in the back seat of the car as Judy whispers to David that he saw what Russell did, but all David seems to have seen is Russell saving their lives.
2 things can be true at once.
Yeah. He waves his wounded hand to his deputy before descending the porch with his wife and joining the rest of the group in the cruiser, speeding away. We spy the vehicle on the open road through rippling blades of grass before joining them inside it, David at the wheel and Judy riding passenger, with Russell and Becca in the back. They continue quietly down the road until the silence is broken when Becca begins to cough in the back seat. One cough leads to another, which leads to another, which Russell takes immediate notice of. When he asks Becca if she's okay, Judy answers for her that she's fine, but Russell states simply that if Becca is sick, they don't want to be in a fucking car with her. Judy insists emphatically that Becca is fine, but when Becca herself assures Russell that she isn't sick, Russell retorts that she wouldn't know, that it would just be the sickness messing with her mind.
Now who's being naive? But for real though,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Russell never told one lie.
No, but nobody else was coughing.
I was gonna say coughing.
I was thinking coughing has never been
Coughing wasn't part of it either.
No.
I think maybe this might be a little deflection.
Thanks to everybody else think that Becca's the sick one in the car.
Ready, got it from her?
Yes. I mean, I don't have it.
But if I did,
But David puts a stop to it, ordering Russell not to lose his head. But Russell seizes on those very specific words, wondering what David means by that. But before a back and forth can begin, a helicopter suddenly darts by above them across the open road, fear filling the vehicle as they watch the movement of the aircraft and worry that they might have been spotted.
how could you not have been
Yeah.
spotted?
Yeah.
We are the only car on the road.
That did make me laugh. I was like, come on. You know they've seen us.
Do you think he saw us? But this is soon confirmed when the helicopter whips around in the air, pursuing the group in a frightening pace. David immediately pulls the car off the road, the tires screeching as he drifts across a parking lot and seeks refuge under the roof of a small car wash.
It is really smart for them to get off the road and hide in here, though, because they can repaint their car. And when they come out, the wanted level is gone, dude.
Yeah.
They can just go about their business.
Well, you got to be cool until the stars stop flashing.
Yes.
Then-
Be careful.
Yeah.
That's the easy part, though.
But the group peers through the windows, past the plastic dividers, and into the street as the helicopter hovers overhead. Judy realizes that they can't stay on the highway, suggesting that there has to be another road that they can take. David snaps at her, wondering which road exactly. Which road could they possibly travel on that the military won't see? He implores her to point it out, and he'll fucking go.
Whoop.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Maybe you're the crazy.
I'm more concerned with that than with the little coughing.
Yeah.
Judy tells her husband that she's just trying to help, and David immediately apologizes for his assholery. But suddenly, Becca shrieks an ear-splitting scream from the back seat, certain that she saw someone dart by their vehicle. Russell points his shotgun aimlessly at whoever it could have been, but before they catch sight of anyone, the lights suddenly switch on above them. The brushes begin whipping around, and before David can guide them out of the car wash, the seemingly neutral tire is seized by the track, pulling them forward.
I was like, well, you have to put the car in neutral.
Why would he do that?
Yeah. A car wash bet.
Muscle memory is a bitch.
Right to it. David cranks the engine, but it won't turn over. A frantic Russell urges him to start the car, and David, practicing his anger management after just snapping at his wife, turns around for a moment, very sternly stating, "I'm," before silencing himself and returning to the task at hand. He's like, I need to calm down.
This whole performance of David in this car wash
Oh.
had me laughing out loud. It is so fucking funny because it is that. It is very much giving dad on a road trip who is fucking agitated because the kids won't stop, but trying to keep his cool. That is David. That is David. He has a line in a second that I had to pause it and rewind it because I could not stop laughing. But it's like, it's like, okay, it's not their fault. I'm frustrated at the road.
Soap streaks across the windshield, covering their field of view, and as it coats the back window, we spy a silhouette standing at the car wash entrance just as the view through the glass is obscured. There's another cool shot.
Yeah.
But after a moment of panic, David is finally able to start the car, the engine sputtering to life. But as he shifts to drive and puts his foot on the gas, Becca and Russell whine from the back seat, wondering why they aren't going anywhere.
Dad!
David turns and very passively states, "'Cause I can't get any fucking traction." Traction!
Peak frazzled dad. The use of the word traction. I was dead. That fucking killed me.
He's just trying to level with him and keep his cool.
I was like, you just sound frustrated.
Yes.
You don't sound worried.
No.
He's fighting for his fucking life in there.
It's like they hit a patch of ice or something.
Yeah.
It's like, I am turning into it, honey. But with the car stranded in place, we suddenly see the hand of a car wash lunatic, played by Jay Pearson, wiping at the back window, clearing the soap and peering through the glass as the car continues onward. That's their credit, car wash lunatics, these people we meet.
Right.
You missed an opportunity to call them the car wash crazies.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
That's odd. I was going to say the way that it was shot, I thought that this was going to be somebody that we've met before.
Okay.
And the fact that it's just some random dudes that presumably worked at this car wash, I was like, oh, okay. I was expecting to see the mayor again. I was I don't know.
Or the
But
fishing
no.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody, somebody that would be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
No.
Just some new people.
Some new people. New lunatics, I guess.
But when Judy spies another lunatic through the front window, played by Chris Carnell, Russell begins firing his shotgun aimlessly through the opened window until it is whipped out of his arms by a spinning brush.
I swear to God.
Kick him.
You're out.
Yeah,
Russell's out.
Yeah.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah. There was, I get it, you've seen somewhere or whatever, but it does look like he's shooting at nothing out the window. And then the brush takes it away from him. Yeah,
Snatching
you
the
don't
gun
need
away.
that.
That is hilarious. This whole scene was really funny to me.
David seeks to calm his deputy down, but Russell insists that he saw movement. David reminds him once again with passive aggression that everything is fucking moving.
It is.
But as the brushes swipe the soap away from the windshield, a third lunatic, played by Jimmy Waitman, is revealed through the sudsy haze. Just then, one of them smashes through the driver's side window, seizing David by the collar of his shirt. As he struggles against him, the other two lunatics smash through the windshield and the back window, tearing them away to reach in for Judy and Becca at opposite ends. Judy summons her inner warrior, beating the shit out of the encroaching car wash employee, bashing his head against the hood and kicking him away. But as the brush knocks away the lunatic who seized David, the third stays hidden momentarily before making his presence known, cinching the hose around Becca's neck and dragging her out of the car through the broken back window. Judy screams as Becca's neck snaps, and she hangs lifelessly from the ceiling of the car wash. David fires through the windshield at a returning lunatic, and as the group exits the car, Russell fires at the one who hung Becca, killing him with a single round from his rifle. As the car sails out of the car wash with its doors open wide, David and Judy rush to untie the cable around Becca's neck, lowering her to the wet ground. Judy cries out for her, reaching her frantic fingers to check for a pulse, but tragically comes up empty. David consoles his wife as she cries over the body of her friend, but her mourning is swiftly interrupted when a missile sails through the sky, exploding the parked cruiser just outside of the car wash, the pursuing helicopter gliding through the air, its mission seemingly accomplished.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
This was so much. I feel like the exploding of the car was really insult to injury. It was overkill. When you said earlier that they wrote more for Becca, this is where I'm like, okay, I kind of feel that because we didn't see her for so long. I forgot about her until we see her again in that quarantine room or whatever.
Yeah.
And now it feels like, okay, we need to quickly get rid of her because this final act is just these three.
Right.
Because this was so abrupt.
Yeah, I felt like her death was kind of it's jarring, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was kind of unsatisfying in that way.
It did not
Okay.
really have weight to it.
Yeah. I that's the one thing I will say that I like about it was I was not expecting that.
No.
Whatsoever.
No.
But it is very fast. It does really feel like that, okay, we need to shorten this down quick.
We
And
need to get her out of here.
Yeah.
I will say this sequence is the second sequence of the film that I appreciated because of just the tension and the suspense of it. Though there are a lot of parts that are pretty laugh out loud funny.
Yes.
It works very well for me. I did hear on commentary that this was the most expensive and complicated scene to film in the entire film because it actually took a week for them to do it.
Damn.
And it's very interesting because you wouldn't guess it, but this is filmed a combination of Iowa and Georgia. The exteriors that we see, it's actually a hangar for a crop duster that they turned into a car wash.
Okay.
But the interior is a vintage car wash built in the 1970s in Georgia. And so very painstakingly, and a credit to the director said, the production designer and the cinematographer, but when we're looking in, like whenever the car is exploded,
Yeah.
we're looking in, we're filming Georgia. When we're looking out, we're filming Iowa. And so these cuts back and forth, I never feel taken out
No,
or in a
not at
different,
all.
like at all. This is very good work.
Yeah.
It really is. And it's very clever to do something like this here because I feel like this is a relatable situation and your view is very obstructed. You cannot see clearly.
Yeah.
It is like almost a vulnerable moment for you in your car because you can't see what's going on besides the scrubbers and the brushes and the soap. I thought this was really clever to stage this here. I think that's why maybe I was expecting a little more of a reveal with who is coming after them because there is this suspense of we can't fucking see. We don't know what's going on outside of this. You know, I don't again know why we're in neutral, but I don't know what's going on outside of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like you're saying, it is something familiar we all know and if we're getting our car washed, I don't want to see somebody running around outside there.
And I think you're right as well because the last time we had a situation exactly like this back at the school, it was revealed to be the principal.
Yeah.
And so for it to just be some guy
Yeah.
or some group of guys, it is a little
Yeah.
But as Judy collapses in tears onto Becca's body, David rises to his feet, staring in stunned silence at the burning cruiser. But Russell can't help but chuckle at the sight before him. And as he walks away, the camera presses in on David, who seems to finally realize what we've known for quite a long time now.
Russell, what's going on there, bud? What's funny?
But as black smoke swirls around their destroyed car, we crossfade to our trio continuing together on foot across the open road. They encounter two vehicles crashed into the ditches on opposite sides of the highway, a station wagon on the left with each of the doors hanging open, and on the right, we learn that it's Russell's truck, which had its tires spiked on his way to Cedar Rapids. I wonder if that station wagon on the left is the story that Kevin told.
That's rough.
As David and Judy rush to check out the station wagon, lifting the hood and finding a cooler in the back, which unfortunately turns out to be empty, Russell races over to his truck, frantically searching the interior for something seemingly specific. But Judy takes a seat in the passenger side, leveling with David that they need water, which David already knows. But Russell suddenly calls out from the opposite side of the road, "Guys, car coming!" We peer through the shattered back window down the road, discovering a distant vehicle at the horizon with lights flashing on its dashboard. The same vehicle that David saw in town the day before that sped away before he could approach it. A stern look in his eyes, he removes his revolver from its holster and instructs Judy to stay in the car. She worriedly asks what he's doing, and as he aims his weapon, he tells her, "We're taking this car." As the vehicle draws closer and we press in dramatically on David and the Suburban, an idea seems to find Russell across the road. And just as the vehicle reaches them, Russell rushes from behind his truck, and against David's protests, he tosses a spike strip across the asphalt, clipping the tires of the SUV. It skids and screeches as the driver whips the wheel, overturning in slow motion and rolling over in a mess of shattered glass and debris, eventually crash landing in a ditch in a heap of twisted metal.
Russell, that was our way out.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this dude really Leroy Jenkins them right out of a fucking vehicle.
Yeah, kick him. Again, what's going on?
You were MVP, dude. Like, what is going on? Well, we know what's going on.
We have an idea. But Russell hoofs it to the crash site with Scotty's rifle clutched in his hand, David following close behind as they watch an intelligence officer, played by Glenn Morshower, crawl out of the wreckage. Russell offers, "Welcome to Pierce County, friendliest place on earth, asshole," as he aims down the side of the rifle, but David forces the barrel downward, telling his deputy that he wants to talk to the man. Russell understands, standing down as David approaches the injured officer. Blood pouring down a wound at the side of his face, he asks who the fuck David thinks he is, but David drags the man to his feet, pinning him against the overturned vehicle, explaining that he's the guy standing between him and a bullet. This feels like a Western fantasy that David is living out.
Little bit.
You know, in this moment, I realized Timothy Olyphant was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
He sure was.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But clutching his shoulder, David demands to know what was on that plane. And after a moment of hesitation and a stern shake, the officer answers, "Trixie, Rhabdoviridae prototype." I was surprised that all it took was a shake for him to answer.
He's like, look, it's
Yeah.
done.
It's done, but what about your training, dude? Out the window.
He's also just been in a pretty brutal car wreck.
Yeah.
The officer continues that it was headed to an incinerator in Texas. David responds in shock that this was engineered by the government, and the officer plainly states that it's designed to destabilize a population, but in this case, it was the wrong one. He laments, "Look, fella, we lost a plane. What do you want me to say?" I was like, God damn.
You're super underselling this dude.
Yeah.
Just callous. Fella.
The audacity.
But for that kind of attitude, David socks the man across the face, suggesting, "How about sorry for destroying our whole goddamn town?" Judy holds him back as the officer reaches his feet again, asking if David would have preferred a global pandemic instead. He suggests David take it up with the pilot because he came here to help. Which is pretty fucked up. It's like not my fault he crashed.
What are we doing?
I know.
David doubts his sincerity, but Judy cuts through his ire, asking what the incubation period is for the virus. The officer answers that it's only 48 hours, and after that, you're either dead or you don't have it. David reminds the officer that it's day 3 and that they're still talking, and seizing the man's shirt, David insists that he's going to help them. But before the officer can even reply, a bullet tears through his skull, splattering his brains against the black vehicle behind him. He crumbles to the grass, David and Judy taking a moment to even realize what's happened. But when they turn around, Russell is lowering the rifle, a look of madness having taken hold of his eyes. David charges for him, shouting in fury and bewilderment, wondering what the fuck is the matter with him, and reminding Russell that he said that he wanted to talk to him. Russell just shrugs off his superior, retorting, "You talked," before brushing past him and walking over to the overturned vehicle.
This is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Judy's like, "You got to see what I'm talking about now."
Denial really can only take you so far.
Yeah.
I think this is a wrap
Yeah.
for Russell.
Russell leans his rifle against the trunk, stepping inside to search the interior, but coming up empty as he rifles through paperwork and useless debris. But when he exits the SUV, he discovers that his rifle isn't where he left it. We pan from the crash site to the center of the road, where David and Judy stand, their low whispers ceasing when Russell rejoins them, telling David that he's gonna need that rifle back. David kindly suggests that he can carry it for a while, noting that Russell's been carrying it this whole time.
Look,
You're trying.
I don't think this is going to work. When he came back up, I did think that they had abandoned him. The way that
Like, take his gun and we're getting the fuck out of here.
Well, we've seen what he just did.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be a part of this anymore.
No.
Russell asks if he's sure, and with a smile, David assures him that he is. But just as he and Judy begin to walk away, Russell pulls his pistol from his holster, causing the couple to stop dead in their tracks. With it pointed on David, Russell not only takes the sheriff's revolver, but removes the rifle from his shoulder and places it back on his own. Judy tries to soothe his anxieties, assuring him that they're on his side. But Russell retorts that he didn't even know that there were sides. It's like, fuck. That's good. He got you there.
Yeah.
I will be honest. Right here, I am a little like, what's your motive? Sheriff hasn't been mean to you. He hasn't treated you bad. He hasn't called you outside your name. He's maybe gave you a couple orders that weren't, not even like he was barking them at you. Like,
No.
It is like, why don't you, and I understand the side thing that, it is, but you're acting crazy, dude.
And that's the thing, again, where it doesn't really mesh with what the intentions were, as this is like some deep-seated thing where he's apparently always felt deep inside that he's angry that he's second fiddle or whatever.
Yeah.
I never got that from Russell.
No, never.
He seemed completely content
Yeah.
with everything.
Yeah. Well, happiness is a warm gun. I
I've
think
heard.
he did tell me that one time. But I agree. I think that's why I didn't really pick up on that. And you kind of had to tell us that.
Yeah.
Because this isn't the dynamic that they had.
No.
Unless it's, again, one of those things where it's like, oh, it was repressed, blah, blah, blah. But that's just not explored in the film at all.
He seemed very glad to be reassured by his superior.
Yeah.
But
he's,
now
he's
it's
saved David's life multiple times.
bang, bang, shoot, shoot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm like, he even was willing to risk his life to help him save Judy.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't gel. It's more of like a mindless, oh, I'm just mad, which is what they didn't want.
Right.
I think what worked better was what happened with what he did to the Hamels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is overprotective to a point of madness.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
And that is a
Yeah.
trait that we know to be true in him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this was a little off for me, too, for that, because especially with that explanation of, oh, this is their baser, whatever. It's like,
I don't
is
know.
it? Yeah.
But as Judy continues to plead with him, Russell just orders her to shut the fuck up. When she attempts to appeal to him, Russell points the gun at David's face, ordering him to tell Judy to shut up or he'll kill her too. David suggests for Judy to stop talking.
It's like, be cool, honey bunny.
As she catches her breath fearfully, David wants to give Russell the time to think about what he's doing. Russell seethes. 1, 2, 3, as he presses the barrel to David's cheek, reminding him, that's how many times I've saved your life.
He's not wrong about that.
As the score pounds suspensefully, Russell orders the sheriff and his wife to walk out in front of him where he can keep an eye on them. At Russell's insistence, they do as told, the deputy following behind them, and through a series of fading transitions, the trio walking in tandem, Russell keeping his distance as the married couple continues onward. But suddenly, Russell remarks, "It's fucking heavy," and he begins firing the rifle from the hip until it clicks empty. When David and Judy turn to face him confused, Russell reaches for his pistol, pointing it at them and ordering them to move.
Pepperjack, are you serious?
Pepperjack is very serious.
What the hell, man?
As a tense guitar echoes around them, David has reached his limit, whispering to his wife that he's gonna go confront Russell. When Judy pleads with him not to, David counters that if they don't make it to that truck stop, they're dead anyway. David stops walking, turning around and pulling away from his wife's attempts to protect him. Russell, sensing the threat, raises his service weapon, promising that if David comes any closer, he'll shoot him where he stands. But David holds his hands up defensively, assuring his subordinate that he just wants to talk. He inches his way closer, Russell suggesting that he heed his warning, but David just calmly asks for Russell to put the gun down. Very much echoing his encounter with Rory.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting.
That's true.
Russell gives his final warning, but David persists, insisting that he just wants to talk. He and Russell, man to man. Russell's face sours as the tension rises, but to everyone's surprise, Russell lowers his weapon. The anxiety evaporated. David declares, "Why, I bet you've never even seen your face in the mirror." Nobody says, "Okay, here's the deal." And he punches Russell right in the face.
I was going to say that's exactly what he does.
He Dr. Hibberts him, man.
He did.
He did. He needed a little Dr. Hibberting, though.
Yeah.
He did. Russell clatters to the road, David stealing his pistol, mounting him and pointing it directly between his eyes. As he snags his revolver too, he gives Russell a look of exhausted pity before rising to his feet and returning to Judy. Russell gazes up to the sky, the clouds sailing across its blue brilliance to cover the brightness of the beaming sun. As David seethes, his eyes searching aimlessly for a solution, Russell croaks from the ground. "Hey, you remember that monster catfish I caught last summer? What did he weigh, you reckon?" David remembers. 35 to 40 pounds. Russell then lifts himself up slowly, recalling the size of the fish, but wiping his nose, he smears the back of his hand in blood. At the sight of this, his eyes well with tears, and he realizes, "I'm not right, am I?" David solemnly shakes his head, and fear seizes the deputy. In a shaky breath, he asks earnestly, "Can I walk with you guys? Just a little while longer. Please." David looks to Judy for an answer. This is very sad.
Yeah.
And I think that even though it doesn't really line up logically with the way this is supposed to work,
Yes.
the emotions of the moment sell it and make it all okay.
Well, you know, the main characters, the viruses always affect them differently.
True. True.
That's just part of it. But yeah, this was really, really sad.
Yeah.
And you remember, I think it was when they were in the town planner's office, Russell was wanting to tell this story.
Yeah, he was.
And now he finally gets to, and it's right before his,
Yeah.
It's tragic. We cut to David and Judy hustling through tall grass at sunset. Hold on. After a moment, we see that Russell is still with them, trailing a little bit behind. I busted out laughing at first.
Yeah.
It's like cold blood.
He just left his ass
They
there.
said, hell no, dude.
I thought it was funny because it was like, oh, y'all fought and you still let him come with you?
Yeah.
I understand the whole like feeling bad from or whatever, but again, like you're saying, how this virus works or whatever, I was like, oh no, dude, you're gonna have to sit here.
I thought we just didn't see them kill him.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God. But as the sun sets, vibrant colors streak across the sky, and the group continues onward. But after a while, our trio is shrouded in darkness, and before they can reach the truck stop, they cower behind the overgrown grass when they see that the path before them is swarming with military personnel manning a blockade. As David tries to think of a way around it, Russell offers a solution. They can cut through the grass and make it to the highway on the other side. David doubts this plan, sure that they'll be spotted, but Russell assures him that they won't, because the military will be focused on him. David turns to look at Russell, the subordinate reminding his superior that the deputy does what the sheriff tells him, and David is the sheriff. The somber score accompanies Russell's solemn acknowledgement. I'm done. I'm going to die here no matter what, so let it mean something. Let it mean that you two made it. Give me that. After a moment of eye contact with Judy, David returns his gaze to Russell, nodding in understanding before reaching into his holster and returning Russell's pistol to him.
I think that it's hard to know how much our Russell is really.
Yeah, dude.
I don't think I would be giving him a gun.
It's in a split second. Well, the Duttons are dead.
Yeah.
That's
He's
what I
like,
thought.
you've never seen your own face in a mirror.
But Russell takes it, and before he departs, he announces once more, "Who fucking ya?"
Back to MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Russell immediately ventures out into the road, startling the military men who order him to identify himself. Silhouetted by their beaming brights, Russell approaches them with his hands raised, announcing, "The name's Deputy Russell Clank of the Pierce County Sheriff's Department." Blood pouring from his nose, he assures the men that it's okay. He's not sick. The soldiers order him to not make any sudden moves, warning that he'll be fired upon if he does. But Russell suddenly dips behind an abandoned car, removing his pistol from its holster. As David and Judy sneak away through the tall grass and over toward the highway, Russell is warned that he is in breach of a BSL Level 4 military isolation operation, ordering him to reveal himself or he'll be shot. Russell slips the spent magazine from the weapon, popping around from the chamber and slipping the gun into the back of his pants before revealing himself to the soldiers. He raises his hands to them again, promising that it's okay as he continues his approach. But as they order him to the ground, Russell feigns as though he's listening, but instead reaches for the empty pistol. But before he can even aim it, the unit fires upon him and he eats bullet after bullet before finally taking his final fall to the ground. He's promptly swarmed by soldiers who secure his weapon and surround him, but bleeding out, Russell seethes. "Fuck you for what you did." His eyes focus on the barrel of a soldier's weapon pointed down at him, and off in the distance, as David and Judy rush past a road sign reading, "Truck stop, half a mile," we hear the shot.
This is sad.
Yeah.
He died a hero, though.
Yeah.
He was acting up, but at least he did kill that man by the SUV that he also wrecked.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Damn, all that was his fault.
Yeah.
But before they scamper away, they're just standing there watching.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, he did not do this for y'all to stand and watch. He
No.
did it for you to be able to get away.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, there's also someone in the bushes.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But they did go.
Yes.
Eventually.
They did. And it speaks to Russell's character in an interesting way that he emptied the weapon.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that.
I did find that interesting as well. I was like, I could only think what he didn't want to hurt any of them, even though they were doing their job.
Yeah.
He
He's
didn't
just-
know what he would do.
Yeah.
But the camera glides down from the sign at Quick Phil's truck stop to find the Duttons creeping their way past the gas pumps to finally reach the front of the building. A woman's voice on the PA jovially announces deals and discounts as the Duttons stand among the debris in the deserted parking lot. David surveys the area, remembering that it was like Grand Central Station here last night. He shakes his head in disbelief before telling Judy to wait outside so he can check the place out. What?
I wouldn't do that.
No,
Yeah.
stay behind me.
Yes. Yes.
Let's stay together.
Mm-hmm. He walks through the front, into the aisles, past a large display for Monster Energy drink, which I'm sure they paid handsomely for.
Oh, yeah.
But David investigates the dining area, calling out for a response and not receiving one, which is a great sign, honestly. But outside, Judy follows the sound of a metal hook clinking against the metal of a vehicle and discovers several cattle trailers parked next to each other in front of the building. But when she peers into the third one, flies begin to buzz around her and a look of sincere horror registers on her face. But inside, David reaches the automotive area, properly and fully stocked with Valvoline products, which I'm sure they paid handsomely for. But through the window, parked at the service station, he spies a parked 18-wheeler. He rushes outside, and after a moment of fearful searching, he finds Judy crumbled to the ground in tears as she holds a handful of spent bullet casings in her palm. They jingle to the asphalt as they fall out of her hand, and as the camera rises above her, we see that the Duttons are surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of bullet casings. David seeks to know what's wrong, and Judy just wordlessly motions over to the parked cattle trailers. We travel through them, past an endless pile of corpses, their flesh blackened and burned by flames, and at the back of the trailer, one corpse's arm stands outstretched, and we see that it is wearing a green wristband. But we cut to the diner area, where Judy now sits in a booth as David paces the floor. She mutters, "They exterminated everyone, not just the sick." It's like, yeah, we got it.
Yeah. We saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was to say, you showed us.
That's the thing. I'm like, come on, like just a moment of letting us live that.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell us everything.
Yeah.
But David just breezes past this horrific truth, revealing that there's a rig that they can take, and he insists that if they get to Cedar Rapids. But Judy isn't hearing it, certain that if they try to get out of here, they'll be killed too. She demands that he stop pretending that everything is going to be okay. But Judy apologizes for her outburst, which I thought was absolutely warranted.
Yeah.
But David just sits across from his wife, asking her sincerely if she wants to give up. If she wants to just sit here and die, tell him, and he'll sit here and die with her.
Or if we sit in the diner long enough, Officer Sybil Bennett might show up.
Oh, yeah.
I vote that.
I think that's the best way to go. But tears welling in her eyes, Judy reaches for her husband's hand, and the pair meet at the center of the table in an earnest kiss. But after Judy catches her breath, she asks, "You gonna go get that truck?" So she made her choice.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sybil. David departs to do just that. But first, he snags some supplies. A Quick Fill branded backpack, an I Love Iowa and Quick Fill t-shirt, bottles upon bottles of water, and lastly, and potentially most importantly, a Quick Fills branded lighter. But in the dining area, Judy rises from the table to snag a bottle of water from behind the counter. As she cracks the cap open to take a sip, the camera pans over slightly to the left, where underneath the flickering light of the inside of the kitchen stands a pale-faced Red. The hunter, you recall.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I did just want to point out, you're absolutely, the point of this shot is to focus on Red because it's terrifying that he's here.
Right.
But I turned to look at Rhoda Mitchell, and she is absolutely not drinking that water. But David reaches the office just behind the service station, snagging a set of keys from a locker, any of which could belong to the rig. But suddenly, a voice chirps through a radio resting on a desk, announcing, "Blackbird 2, this is TOC. We're approaching T-minus 10 minutes. Confirm status." As Blackbird 2 returns the call, David picks up the radio, turning down the volume, only to hear the voice echo through another radio nearby. As Judy exits from behind the counter to pour herself a glass of water under the watchful eye of Red, David investigates, overhearing that the countdown procedure has been initiated. But as he walks deeper into the bay, the score shrieks as he stumbles across the hunter's dingy and blood-smeared truck. Its bed is filled to the brim with murdered townsfolk, and among them sticks the chirping radio which is stuffed into the pocket of a dead soldier. But suddenly, all the lights go out, dipping not just the automotive area, but the entire building to darkness. Judy peers outside through the window, watching as Nathan's silhouette stalks the parking lot with his rifle at the ready. She gasps, dropping to the floor, cowering behind the counter. But underneath the flickering light, Judy seizes a sharp kitchen knife, arming herself with it as she creeps slowly around the corner. As the camera arcs around her, another light suddenly flickers on, revealing the pale face of Red, complete with a sting in the score, startling Judy, who reaches her feet, racing through the back of the house, past the searching light of Nathan's rifle. When she makes it to the back, she slinks away from Jesse's approaching shadow, seeking refuge behind the plastic dividers of a meat locker. Through the dark, she peers around, discovering the shelves around her are stacked with the dead, including one who appears to be hanging from a meat hook at the center of the small space. She watches breathlessly through the plastic as the hunters reconvene, planning their search of the area. But just as Red turns to join Nathan, something stops him, and he turns around, seeming to look right through Judy as he paces his way back to the pantry. Judy clutches her knife, cowering within the corpses, as Red makes his way into the room. After a rather rudimentary search, he comes up empty and exits, prompting Judy to creep toward the plastic dividers when the coast seems to be clear.
That was so funny because they looked at each other for a very long time.
And then they're like, all right.
Yeah.
As you were.
I, like, for real, yelled at the TV. I was like, what are you doing, dude? It looks like they lock eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way he doesn't see you. Why are you staring at him?
He's just being nice, I guess. I don't know. But she watches as Red disappears, scraping his knife against the wall as he goes. But out of nowhere, Judy is grabbed from behind, a hand forced over her mouth, muffling her screams. But when she turns, she discovers that it's only David. David rushes Judy to the rig, but when he wrenches the door open, the dead body of a trucker comes tumbling out, causing Judy to scream in fright. But as they climb inside, Judy promises that she's okay as she tries to catch her breath. David passes his revolver over to her as he cycles through the set of keys, trying to find the proper one to start the truck's engine. Failure after failure, Judy urges him to hurry up, but the solution finally finds him, and he dips out of the vehicle to search the body of the dead trucker. As he paws around, Judy asks, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?"
He can't get any fucking traction.
Yeah.
It's like, please just leave this man alone.
know.
He's been through
Oh my
enough.
God.
Focus. He finally finds the keys, but as he pulls them, he discovers that they're attached to the string of a retractor at the trucker's belt. This seemingly also seems to be the light switch, because as soon as he pulls it, every light in the building beams brightly to life, and at the viewing window, Red stands with his rifle. He crashes through the glass with the butt of it, firing in their direction, causing Judy to pull the driver's side door shut and cower in the seats. But from the pit beneath the truck, David is pulled downward by Jesse, who proceeds to beat the shit out of him.
The shot of him getting snatched under there was really fucking
Yes.
funny. And I didn't see another view of them later just fucking fighting down there. It is hilarious because I truly didn't think that the final showdown would look like that.
No. And again, are the hunters really that important to be the guys
It's
to do
that. It's just an odd choice, I think.
But I mean, I'm thinking about it, and if it was the military, it would be 28 days later.
True.
So they're like, we got to do something different.
Yeah.
But the mayor is gone. David drops the keys, instead finding a wrench and whacking Jesse across the face with it. He eats it with ease, the bones cracking in his neck as he turns to David again, his eyes yellow, his pupils massive, and his veins bulging angrily through the flesh of his face.
That feature that I watched was him getting his makeup done. And he was talking about these contacts because they're the ones that completely cover your eye.
Oh, okay.
And he said that they had a guy on set that they were paying $300 an hour to run out every 5 minutes that he has these contacts in to put eye drops in his eyes.
Oh, wow.
Every 5 minutes, or else they would like cut into like, I don't want to go into too much detail of what it would do, but they are no fucking joke.
Man, I'll be honest. I respect any of these actors that are willing to do that.
Yeah.
Because every time we talk about it, it sounds like they're so painful. You can't see. Like, and then that every 5 minutes?
Every 5 minutes. Like, because he said it was a safety hazard. Otherwise, it sounds like a safety hazard, period.
Yeah.
But you're right, though. We hear about it so often of it cut my eye. I couldn't see. I was like stumbling blind. We hear it very often in these films. And it's like, God damn, dude. Like, at least they had this dude. He was dedicated to only do that.
Yeah.
But as David charges Jesse, Red crosses through the bay, pulling the driver's side door of the rig open, but when he doesn't see anyone in the front seat, he invites himself inside for a closer look. Her back against the far corner of the sleeper cab, Judy aims David's revolver, pulling the trigger and spraying Red's brains across the windshield. He tumbles to the ground below, where just beneath, Jesse kicks David to the floor. The sheriff rises to his feet, pushing a tool tray into the larger man, knocking him over and dousing him with oil. And just as Jesse pulls a gun on him, which I was like, what?
Hold on.
This is the weirdest fight I've ever seen. David remembers his trusty Quick Fills branded lighter, igniting the small flame and tossing it over, fire catching quickly and engulfing Jesse. As he screams in bright, burning pain, David climbs his way out of the pit, catching his breath, but he almost shits himself from the jump scare of Judy reaching a helpful hand to him, suggesting to her husband, "Let's get the fuck out of here, huh?" They climb inside the truck, David finally finding the proper key and starting the engine. They drive over flames, smashing through the garage door and speeding out onto the road, their headlights beaming into the night as David wrenches into proper gear. Judy finds a map inside of the glove box, navigating their way to Cedar Rapids, but the countdown once again sounds on the radio, counting down from 30 seconds. Judy wonders what will happen when they reach 0, climbing into the sleeper cab to peer out of the back window as David puts the pedal to the metal. As the countdown reaches 10, Judy reaches her arms around her husband's shoulders, the Duttons glancing backwards when the countdown finally reaches 1. They sit puzzled when it seems for a moment that nothing has happened. But as the truck speeds by us, we linger on the open road in silence when suddenly a blinding light overtakes the area, a fiery orange mushroom cloud reaching ravenously for the sky as Ogden Marsh is consumed by a nuclear blast. Judy shields her eyes from the brightness, barely able to mutter, "Oh my God," as we spy the shockwave through the side mirrors, fast approaching the rig. It shatters the windows, overtaking the vehicle, lifting it off of its wheels and overturning it in a cloud of debris and dust. After a while, David pushes the door open, climbing up and helping Judy to her feet out of the cab. Somehow they survive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know why I was surprised about the bomb. Because we do hear the countdown and we already know and whatever. And maybe it was the last minute save thing. And I was like, surely we're not going to whatever. Yeah. And it fucking goes off and they flip and all that. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
They just said fuck it and, bomb it.
Yeah.
Something wild. They said that entire portion of the truck being lifted, of the cloud, of course, and everything, entirely CG.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I thought they would have used a real truck and then maybe just lifted it.
Yeah.
Or surrounded it.
Miniatures or something.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that it doesn't really look crazy.
No.
But small white flakes rain down upon them as they venture onward through the barren wasteland, pensive chords plucked and accompanying their walk into the road. And every flake is also CG.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
But they survey the remains of Ogden Marsh, their hometown, decimated, the unearthly golden glow casting its corrosive colors into the sky, the couple holding hands and silhouetted against the destruction.
You met me at a very strange time.
100%. With your feet on the air. Yeah. I love this shot.
Yeah.
No, it's beautiful.
For it being mostly CG, which it's obvious.
Right.
But just the framing of it and the two of them, it's like the two of us against the world kind of a thing. And they did it.
It was.
They did it.
Yeah, my mind was more like, what the fuck are we supposed to do now?
Honestly.
Yeah. Where am I going?
How do we get down from here?
But the Duttons continue onward together as the score grows triumphant, and we find them wearing their I Love Iowa and Quick Fills t-shirts, the only survivors of the tragedy of Ogden Marsh, marching their way through an expansive wheat field in the morning light, skyscrapers at the skyline. Having finally reached their destination of Cedar Rapids, they persist, but suddenly were taken into the view of the satellites overhead, a rectangular reticle framing the city, with text at the left reading, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, population 128,056, and to the right, the incessant chirping of a familiar red light, which indicates initiate containment protocol.
You guys just fucked it up for everybody trying to chill in Cedar Rapids.
Donk.
But through the end credits, as Willie Nelson's Bring Me Sunshine plays, we're treated to a broadcast from a newsman played by Bruce Auney, who through B-roll shares late-breaking news, the chyron beneath him reading, Ogden Marsh explosion. Interestingly, all of the channel information that they have and Bruce Auney himself is actually a newscaster.
Oh,
That's really cool.
But the newsman announces that the fire continues to rage and high winds are keeping firemen from containing the deadly blaze. He states that the information is still coming in, but what they currently know is that an explosion rocked the Dacon Pindrel chemical plant this morning, with eyewitnesses describing a 400-foot fireball that lit up the sky, and reports of another explosion at a nearby truck fueling station. As the broadcast warps to static, giving way to soldiers patrolling the area with their gas masks and guns, the newsman declares that a perimeter has been set to contain the blaze, and civilians are not being permitted into the area. But one of the crazies rears his head, screeching against the glass of a small window, and we cut to black, the credits continuing to roll.
This was very much to me giving Dawn of the Dead 04.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But film's over. So, what did you guys think of The Crazies?
I enjoyed this movie for the first time seeing it and like experiencing what's going on. I did like it, and I don't want to sound negative. It was just okay. You know, it was good. I don't want to say it was under good or over good.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But it is good. It is a good movie to watch. If you've never seen it, check it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I will be honest, and again, I don't want to sound negative, but if you don't see it, that's
You'll be okay.
too. Yeah. That's all right. But there is some fun moments in it. There is some funny things that shouldn't be funny.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, it is a watchable movie. I did like it. I won't even lie and say I didn't get any enjoyment out of it. It was cool. But I mean, it's just that, that was cool. That was all right.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it was good. I had a good time. I would probably rewatch it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all kind of agreed at the top. Timothy Olyphant's presence does elevate it a bit.
Yeah.
I wonder if it were somebody else in that role, how I would feel about it. I would say the character of Russell too.
Yeah.
Really entertaining, really cool arc. The makeup is really cool. The CG is very well used.
Yeah.
I'm a practical girly. We're all practical girlies.
Yeah.
But I think that there's nothing so over the top that it took me out of it. The performances are good. Kind of, obviously I know that this is a remake, but it is very reminiscent of things that had been done before outside of the original film.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting, a lot of, I said a few times, I think Dreamcatcher, The Blob, and I'm sorry, but 28 Days Later as well.
Yeah.
Even as far as you tried to stay away from it.
Yeah. There were, like you said, John Paul, some really funny moments that probably were unintentional, but I still really enjoyed them.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I think that my drawback is those areas that I really would have loved to explore a little bit more. And I know that this is a pretty tight runtime, and I think that it's got decent pacing, and so maybe this just isn't the film for that. But I think when we're, interrogating this military man, and it's, well, I can't, am I going to die because my mask is off? It's like, why do you think that?
Yeah.
I thought that would be a cool thing to kind of marinate on a little bit, and we don't. Like, it's said then, and Judy's like, well, I guess it's airborne now. And then we just keep walking down the street. And it's like, okay, this like paranoia of Becca coughing or Russell acting a little odd or David snapping at Judy, and just these moments of, wait, what are you good?
Yeah.
I would have liked a little bit more of that. Little, the thingish of, does one of us have it?
Right. I don't want to interrupt you, but I will say to that point, for me, again, with that, I never believed, no matter how many times David snapped or whatever, that he was in any kind of danger.
No, exactly.
He was never turned. He was, and it did hurt it a bit.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, these nick of time saves that keep happening. It feels very safe. It feels like, okay, our people are going to make it to the end. I know that we kind of have that bleak, well, Cedar Rapids is next, bitch. I know that we have that, but it's like, I never really thought David or Judy would die. I never thought that they were in any real danger of getting got or getting sick, or I really didn't feel those stakes. You know what I mean? And I think when you're telling a story like this, you kind of need that. All that being said, I know that I just kind of complained, but it is still very watchable. It's a fun movie to just throw on. And like I said, I would watch it again. I think just like you said, it is not bad, not great. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you. I think that it is just like this digestible little horror film.
Yeah.
It's fun. It has a lot of moments that you can point to be like, okay, I like that sequence.
Yeah.
The pitchfork.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they handle suspense pretty well in some of these scenes. But yeah, I think I have the same kind of complaints that you guys do, especially when we talk about the intention of what they wanted with this virus.
Right.
I want some more varied stuff.
Yeah.
Show me, and I know we had the lady riding the bicycle and everything, but I want more weird shit like that.
Yeah, that too. I totally agree with that. I think that would have elevated this to something very unique, where it's like everybody's affected differently because everybody is different.
Yeah. Maybe people are vandalizing the town.
Yeah.
Or spray painting, or like, there's these little things, these little pockets of crazies.
Right.
Where you do kind of, it's your own interpretation of what's been buried in you.
Yeah.
But, I think that it works well for what it is. I remember seeing it in the theaters and just kind of feeling like, that was fun. And watching it again for the show, I'm like, yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I mean, not every film seeks to, remake the wheel or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know the saying. I can't remember. I'm very tired. But I think that another thing that I would really like is a little more clarity in the commentary.
Yeah.
And you're exactly right. You have moments like that with the soldier in the barn. And it's like, we could really make this mean something.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's kind of just more just what it means in this moment, and then we move on and never talk about it again.
Yeah. Which is a recurring theme.
Yeah. And it was very funny with the intelligence officer. He's like, here's everything.
Well, he was a little jostled.
He was.
He just rolled, in his vehicle.
We were getting close to the end.
Yeah, we were.
He's like, I don't have it in me. All right.
And again, we never see the mayor again, which is why I think that could have been another interesting place to go.
Right.
We even if we're just focusing on Ogden Marsh,
yes,
we can at least kind of highlight these systems from that perspective too.
Yeah.
If we're also going to be left in the dark and not explore the military or the government, we have this dude.
Right.
But we don't. He's just swimming, I guess. Still. But I guess we can just move right into ratings.
Yeah.
Just kind of echoing what we've already said. Timothy Olyphant is the absolute standout. He is such an anchor for this film, and he is kind of the reason I feel good following this dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I trust him, and I appreciate his character and his performance. And Joe Anderson is right behind him.
Yes.
That arc that he's given is pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Seeing everything progress, including the virus kind of working its way through his system. I would like more Radha Mitchell.
Yeah.
I think that she deserves better in this film than to just kind of be relegated
I agree.
in the way that she was.
Yeah.
She does get to blow this dude's head off at the end.
She does, which was awesome, but she spends a good majority of the film being like undermined.
Yeah.
For no reason.
No. It's like, oh, you're a doctor. It's like, yes, I am.
I am a fucking doctor.
But I think that, some issues with the screenwriting as well. Some of the dialogue being a little on the nose. Although I do appreciate some of the wittier moments that they have.
Right.
The camaraderie between David and Russell is pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the production design is pretty decent. The cinematography is a standout for me because I feel like there are a lot of shots here that just work really well in selling a lot of these suspenseful moments.
Oh, yeah.
That plastic sheeting and the principal revealed, some of the shots in the car wash.
Mm-hmm.
And there is some pretty decent effects work. I think that you were right in the intro where you had said that maybe it would be a little scarier if they just looked like us.
Yeah.
And so it is kind of like, well, you're taking it this way, but I guess it is more lending to that paranoia if we don't know who the fuck is crazy.
Right.
But I mean, everything on the table and all that other stuff aside, I think that it is just it's a good film. It's decent. It's digestible. It's fun. It's serviceable. I don't think that it is trying to reach the heights of that commentary that the original did. And I will say, if that is something that you are both more interested in and that we didn't really get out of this one, watch the original.
Okay.
Because there is a lot more there and very direct, as Romero often is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But all that to say, I think for me, out of 10 terrifyingly tainted taps, I am going to give The Crazies 2010 6.5 terrifyingly tainted taps out of 10. I think this is fairly decent, and I am in the same boat as you. I will absolutely watch this again.
Yeah.
But I will now open the floor to you.
Yeah, I think I don't have too much more to say other than, you know what I mean? Like you guys always say, we would just be repeating yourselves. But it is just that. The movie is good. There is a lot of good in the movie. I think that for me watching it when it was over, it was just that. Oh, you took a lot of cool things from other movies and you made it kind of your own. But it does feel comfortable because it's familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, T, it doesn't remake or reinvent the wheel. It's just like, hey, look, we're wheels too. So we go on the car as well.
Right.
Well, yeah, but I mean, are you fancy tires? Or are you just
They're booted.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I would watch it. I know a minute ago I said if I don't again, but I would rewatch it. It is a fun movie to visit from time to time. But I mean, it is that too. There are other movies that I'm like, oh, I'll watch that shit every day or I'll whatever. I'm not saying this isn't one of those movies, but if it took me a little bit to get back to it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm going to go ahead and agree with you, T. Honestly, I do enjoy the movie and I would watch it again. You know what I mean? Not right away, but I mean, some time passed, So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, terrifyingly tainted taps, I'm going to give The Crazies a 6.5 as well. I do enjoy it. I did get enjoyment out of it. But it is just another tire. Like, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep it short and sweet, just like me. I think I already said how I feel, where I feel that this film is a little bit lacking in terms of my personal taste in what I think would be cool to see reflected in the film. But it is doing its own thing, and there's nothing that I'm like, oh, that's fucking stupid, or you know what I mean? Like, it is fine. It's a good movie. It's a fun time. I think that all the stuff that I already fucking said. I'll just close it out by saying that for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, terrifyingly tainted taps, I'm also giving The Crazies 2010 6.5 terrifyingly tainted taps.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it fits. It's good. It's not going to blow your tits off, but you're going to have fun.
Yeah.
And don't let this film keep you from drinking your water.
Drink your water.
Yes, plenty of water.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate The Crazies, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, when our systems fail us or devolve into chaos, leaning into our community is the only thing that can truly keep us sane. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Great work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Trotman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Cow OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah,
Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Barriqua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith,
Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sunny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Najee P, Seth Schaff, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Dale Harley, Annabeth Carter, Pooh Bear, Spicy Calderas, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, Trev Heron, A Very Sweepy Baby, Randy Tucker, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Jasmine, Stu Corbett, Daniel Smith, Brick O, Pull Out Lebowski, Robert Murdoch, Jaden Nicole, Jody Grody, and Lost Fan 08. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you from the bottom of our hearts, and we hope that you know that we're just crazy about you.
Aww, we are.
Yeah. In a good way.
Yes.
Yes.
Until next time.